Huh. You actually survived my attack? The big fish was slightly surprised and turned to whip her tail at Han Fei. Bam! Once again, Han Fei was thrown heavily into another coral bush, leaving a gully hundreds of meters long on the seabed. Puff! Han Fei spurted blood and he was stunned. This is only a phantom, but it is so powerful. If the real fish were here, wouldn't I be blown to death by a single breath from her? And Han Fei could feel that the big fish seemed to have defeated him without spending a little effort. Beside her, the little time dragon carp was crying. Mom, take me away. Take me out, Mom. Mom, I don't want to be here. Mom, I want to eat delicious food. Mom. The big fish tilted her head helplessly. Baby, you can't go out for the time being. Wait some a little longer. Didn't this man give you delicious food? You can eat his food. Then the big fish phantom looked at Han Fei. Human, take out your food. Han Fei? Han Fei suddenly lunged to his feet, used the divine healing technique on himself, stepped on the spirit-gathering formation under his feet, and took a deep breath. With a flash between his eyebrows, little black and little white appeared. Fuse. Humph, are you bullying me? Yes, I can't beat you, but I promise that if you kill me, someone will definitely kill your daughter. However, the big fish gave a surprised exclamation again. Suddenly, Han Fei felt the surrounding seawater twist. In the blink of an eye, his fusion state was forcibly interrupted. Mom, take me away. Take me out, Mom. Mom, I don't want to be here. Mom, I want to eat delicious food. Mom. The big fish tilted her head helplessly again. Baby, you can't go out for the time being. Wait a little longer. Didn't this man give you delicious food? You can eat his food. Han Fei heard that the little time dragon carp was crying and asking the big fish phantom to take her out, but then the big fish phantom said exactly the same words as before? What was going on here? That's not right. Han Fei quickly looked at his feet, then at Xiao Sei and the little time dragon carp, and was shocked. Bah! Back in time? F***ck. Han Fei was completely stupefied. There was a storm in his heart. Can this fish reverse time? Can it control time? Gulp. The big fish phantom looked at Han Fei. Summon your spiritual beasts. Han Fei asked nervously, WH. Why? The big fish phantom said lightly, don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. Let me see those two little fishes. Han Fei gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and then with a flash between his brows, little black and little white appeared again. He had no choice. The phantom on the opposite side was much stronger than he. So he dared not to defy her order. However, this thing was really shockingly strong. She could even reverse time? Who can resist her? If he didn't call out little black and little white, he might have been killed by her immediately. But Han Fei wasn't that scared. Anyway, he still had the sky dissecting finger, which was his trump card. Xiao Sei was dumbfounded. Two little fishes? Isn't there only one fish? However, in the face of these strong masters, he dare not speak, let alone ask. The big fish phantom looked at little black and little white for a long time. And then looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. How can you deserve? Forget it, you can be called a peerless genius in such a small place. That's it. Are you willing to be my daughter's guardian? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and immediately put away Little Black and Little White, and then said, "No, I can't be anyone's servant." Han Fei was counting time. He had decided to enter Forge the Universe. Although I can't beat you, I can hide from you. Don't even think about making me call a fish master like Xiao Sei. Just as Han Fei was about to enter Forge the Universe, he heard the big fish phantom saying, "Forget it. After all, you are barely on the road of invincibility, and I should show some respect to the pride of a genius. Otherwise, the road of invincibility will be broken and you'll have no value." A golden light flashed on the head of the big fish phantom and Han Fei found a quaint ring fell on his hand. Han Fei's face changed drastically. "What is this?" "Don't worry. I've just left a mark on you. Although you can't be the guardian of my daughter, you have to promise me one thing, or I will kill you now. As for your threat, humph, that's just a joke. Your vision is still too small." Han Fei swallowed. "Ahem. Senior, what is it?" Han Fei was just making a bluff. His trump card was just the sky dissecting finger, and he certainly didn't want to use it. As far as the strength of this big fish phantom, even Old Bai wouldn't be able to resist a single whipping of her tail. Could Old Bai reverse time? As for Ren Tianfei, he knew nothing about that guy. Would he be willing to fight such a super fierce beast for him? Han Fei felt it was impossible. After all, he had never seen Ren Tianfei. Even if he died, Ren Tianfei wouldn't even know it. The big fish phantom said lightly, "In the future, when the time is right, I will send my daughter to you for a while." Han Fei blinked. "When will the time be right?" The big fish phantom said indifferently, "Wait until you can solve your own disaster. If you can't even hide from your own disaster, then forget what I just said, and you won't see my daughter again." Han Fei frowned. This big fish seemed to know something, so he couldn't help asking, "Senior, what disaster will I have? Is it about women?" Bam! Han Fei was thrown into a coral bush again, even more miserable than before, leaving nothing but pieces. Han Fei was speechless. "Why did you beat me again? Why keep beating me?" The faceless man in the ghost ship said that I have a disaster arising from romance. So I thought my disaster would be about a woman. The big fish phantom said, "Every man has his own destiny. You will find out when you encounter it in the future. If I tell you about it now, it won't be your disaster." Han Fei coughed and got up. "Senior, can you give me a hint?" The big fish cast a sideways glance at Han Fei. "The secret must not be revealed. Besides, even if I tell you, it won't help. Mom." At this time, the big fish phantom's body began to fade and she said softly, to the little carp, "Baby, remember this little brother. In the future, if you have a chance to meet him again, call him little brother. If he asks you to call him father, tell me, and I'll kill him." Han Fei. Xiao Sei was trembling in horror. Han Fei was not killed? And Han Fei might take care of little master for some time in the future? What the hell was going on here? Why could I only become a guardian, while Han Fei could take care of little master for some time? Han Fei was disappointed not to get a hint from the phantom. However, he still said seriously, "Senior, I will solve my disaster by myself. But, is it possible for little time not to eat people? Actually, there are still a lot of energy-containing creatures in the ocean. How much energy can the human body contain? The big fish phantom suddenly looked at Han Fei. What did you call my baby? Han Fei paused for a moment. Little Time. Why did you call her Time? Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. Oh yes. I am not supposed to know this fish. Little Black and Little White had been exposed, but the demon purification pot must not be exposed. Therefore, Han Fei quickly said, well, didn't you just reverse time? So I think this name is suitable. The big fish phantom nodded slightly. My daughter never eats people. This chasm is a place to swallow energy. With or without my daughter, it will devour energy. Those who are completely lost are already dying and their energy will return to the world in the end. My daughter just sucks the energy that returns to the world. Even if my daughter really eats them, she just abides by the natural law. Men and fish eat each other, which is fair. Do you think humans are masters of all things? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. He certainly wouldn't answer this tricky question. Anyway, he survived. I'm not going to discuss this with you. What if you get pissed off? What if you pat me to death with your tail? Then the big fish phantom turned her eyes to Xiao Sei. Humph, your talent is not bad, but you're so weak. You tried to lure my daughter into teaching you the time-reversing art with energy, which is intolerable. Now I'll take back this technique from you as a punishment. With that, a mystic light rose from Xiao Sei's body and was swallowed by the big fish. Xiao Sei hurriedly responded respectfully, thank you for sparing my life, master. Feeling the atmosphere was a little weird, Little Time looked left and right. Then rubbed her head intimately against the big fish phantom. Mom, I want to eat. I want to go out to play. Let me out. Mom. Little Time pouted and cried, and the big fish phantom tuned her eyes to Han Fei. Han Fei shivered and quickly said, Little Time, come here, I have a lot of delicious foods for you. Then he took out a lot of things, including 100 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, all the crisps, other kinds of octopus, big fish, and crabs, which were piled high like a mountain. Han Fei grinned and said, Little Time, these are all yours. Little Time immediately jumped into the food pile with a swoosh and said sweetly, thank you, little brother. Xiao Sei was dumbfounded when he saw Han Fei took out a seemingly endless pile of food. How much F***king food do you have? Are you really a normal cultivator? Who the hell would bring so much food coming to the level 3 fishery? The big fish phantom nodded in satisfaction, and then said to Xiao Sei, in the future, feed my daughter according to this standard. After that, the big fish phantom said to Han Fei, you shouldn't be here now. Leave. Wait a minute. The big fish phantom looked at Han Fei, seemingly dissatisfied. Han Fei hurriedly said, well, Senior, can you tell me where this is? Maybe I can bring more delicious food to Little Time in the future. I am a good cook and I can make much delicious food. The big fish phantom said indifferently, this is Time River, and what it reflects is the past. If it weren't for my daughter summoning you, you wouldn't be able to come in at all, and you wouldn't need to come in. When you survive your disaster, you may meet her again. As the water rippled, the beautiful scene in front of his eyes disappeared with a swish. When he appeared again, he had already appeared on the dragon boat. Damn it. That was scary. Han Fei drew a long face. Was this trip an opportunity? But why did he feel as though he suffered a big loss? Apart from everything else, he almost gave all the food except all the yellow blooded sea cucumbers to little time. It wasn't that he wanted to do it, but the big fish's stare was really scary and seemed to be able to see him through. Han Fei immediately got up and left. He had to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if little Time ate all the food, she would probably ask him for more. At this moment, he saw a figure jumped out of the thick mist and Xiao Sei appeared in front of him again. However, he was no longer sallow and emaciated but became a handsome young man. Han Fei looked at him coldly and said, "What do you want?" Xiao Sei said lightly, "You and I are not enemies now, so you don't need to be on guard with me anymore. I think it is necessary to explain to you what happened before." Han Fei sneered. "I don't think it necessary. You can't be a good person. Neither can you be a qualified bad person." Xiao Sei ignored Han Fei's ridicule, but said, "Those people, I will send them back." Han Fei was surprised. "Are they still alive?" Xiao Sei shook his head. "Not everyone can go to the space where you went. You shouldn't have been there. It was completely because of Little Master's summoning that you received that opportunity." Han Fei sneered. "Where did you want to send me then?" Xiao Sei did not answer, but looked at Han Fei deeply. "I came out to tell you a few things. Now that you have prepared such an ample supply food, I know that your target must not be on the dragon boat. It must be in the chasm." Han Fei thought to himself, "I really don't know if I should tell you or not. In fact, no matter where I go, I always bring a lot of food." Xiao Sei continued, "The abyssal chasm is a weird place. Little Master stays here temporarily just to share some of the energy of the abyssal chasm. And in that real chasm, not even a blade of grass grows. I know you have a lot of food, but you may not be able to hold up long." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "You mean, the abyssal chasm swallows energy even more than here?" Xiao Sei nodded earnestly. "I have only been there once. I'd like to remind you not to enter any random secret realm you see. Besides, Master asked me to tell you that in order to punish your verbal offense, she will give you a small punishment." Han Fei sighed. "Punishment? But she almost patted me to death. Isn't that enough?" Xiao Sei was speechless. "You made the time dragon carp call you dad. You should thank God that her mother didn't kill you on the spot." Han Fei didn't care about the small punishment, and just suddenly asked, "Seriously, I'd like to ask you something. Why didn't you save those people?" Xiao Sei smiled and shook his head. "I told you that the place you went is the Time River, and what you saw was the past. Besides, I need food to save them. Okay? You liar, you didn't want to let those people leave. Did you want to keep them as energy to lure Little Time into teaching you the time reversing technique?" Xiao Sei was silent for a moment. "Firstly, I have no food to save them with. Secondly, since they are destined to die, why not contribute their energy? But now, they are not important. Little Master never ate people. She just eats the energy of those who are no longer human." Han Fei frowned. "Do those people really have nothing to do with you?" Xiao Sei shook his head. "No. What about the underwater ferrymen? Did you create them?" Xiao Sei was taken aback for a moment. "I am only 17 this year. How could it be me?" Humph. Han Fei wondered, then where did they come from? Xiao Sei pondered for a moment. They are certainly from the depth of the chasm. Neither I nor you can reach the depth of the chasm, so just forget it. Han Fei scoffed. Humph, do you think I'm like you? Xiao Sei smiled. Perhaps you're stronger than me. But the result will be the same. So much for what I can tell you. It's up to you whether you go or not. But, Xiao Sei shook his head slightly. Pay attention to the vortex. Near the abyssal chasm, there will randomly be a death vortex, and you'd better avoid it if you encounter it. Han Fei was puzzled. Just one? Xiao Sei rolled his eyes at him. How many more do you want? The death vortex appears every time someone comes. When I was there, if I hadn't had special means, I wouldn't have been able to escape from it. Han Fei thought, since the death vortex is dangerous, I will just avoid it. Anyway, I'm fast and it should be no problem for me to escape a vortex in the sea. But, Han Fei said angrily, can you just finish talking in one go? Xiao Sei glanced at Han Fei deeply. However, I'm not sure where the vortex leads. Perhaps it leads into the abyssal chasm. And the punishment for your verbal offense may be there. Han Fei smiled. He couldn't find his way after coming here and suddenly appeared in the Dead Sea area. Then he was taken into that fairyland. Now, there was another F*King vortex that he didn't know where it would take him. Han Fei snorted. Which way? Xiao Sei raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the stern. Han Fei jumped down without saying a word and dove into the sea. After swimming thousands of kilometers, Han Fei already felt that his energy consumption had increased. So he directly filled his body with spiritual energy to block the energy from escaping. He might not have enough energy, but he definitely had enough spiritual energy. After swimming for about 3,000 kilometers, he found that there were no more creatures in the sea. Not to mention the little blue fish, there wasn't even any plankton. Han Fei dove to the bottom of the sea to take a look, and found that it was a deserted place. Except for the sand and gravel, there wasn't even seaweed or green algae, let alone anything hidden under the sand. He swam for a full day. When Han Fei suddenly felt heart palpitations, he saw a trench. To be precise, he didn't know if it was a trench, because the chasm was too big. He looked left and right and saw cliffs on both sides at the mouth of the chasm. As he went further in, the chasm became large and larger, and in the end it became invisible. Han Fei quickly took out the map Ren Tianfei left for him. At this moment, Old Bai's map became useless, which was about the entire Level 3 fishery. Unlike it, although Ren Tianfei's map had depicted other places in the Level 3 fishery, it didn't depict them in detail except for the abyssal chasm. On the map, it was a pattern like a long narrow eye. Judging by the location of the hurricane area, Han Fei was now at the corner of the eye. And Ren Tianfei's treasure map was right in the middle of this big eye. The asterisk star put the treasure on the upper eyelid of the eye, close to the pupil. Han Fei's first thought was to take a shortcut. He should go to the middle and go straight in from there, instead of swimming all the way from the corner of the eye to the middle. So he immediately swam to the periphery of the long narrow eye, intending to cut across laterally. Swish. Clang. 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 But after swimming for more than 300 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly took a move. shattering a wisp of sword chi overflowing from the chasm. He was dumbfounded. From here onwards, wisps of sword chi began to appear. Was the periphery blocked? In other words, the periphery of this eye seemed to be wrapped by a sword chi wall, and Hanfei looked up and swam up from below. Swish. 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 Above, wisps of sword chi were even denser, as if there was a net of sword chi on the bottom of the sea. Hanfei only swam less than 1,000 meters up and dozens of wounds were cut out on his body. Yes, even his indestructible body was pierced. Was the indestructible body not strong enough? No, Hanfei was very sure that the indestructible body was very strong. However, the sword chi that escaped from the abyssal chasm was stronger. F***ck. Why is there so much sword chi? Hanfei continued to look up and found that the more he went up, the sword chi became denser, which was already visible to the naked eye. Damn it, is there only one way? Do I have to swim back? Hanfei had no choice but to return to the starting point. Anyway, he had to get in. However, he didn't see the vortex that Xiaosei was talking about, so he directly rushed in. Hanfei's speed was not slow. With little gold attached to him, it could be said that his speed had almost reached its extreme. However, just when Hanfei rushed into the abyssal chasm, for less than 10 minutes, he felt a huge suction force falling on him. Not good. Hanfei's face changed abruptly. Even with little gold attaching to him, his speed dropped more than half in an instant. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sea, which must have been the one Xiaosei warned him about. What frightened Hanfei was that although vortexes were common in the sea, and there were many causes for them, they were basically waterspouts from bottom to top. Just like when a swimming pool was releasing water, there would always be a vortex where the water drained. However, this vortex seemed to appear out of nowhere and was several hundred meters in size as soon as it appeared. The hollow in the center of the vortex was a few hundred meters in size. It was almost a black hole, but was different from a teleportation portal. There were at least flashing lights and shadows in a teleportation portal, but this one was almost a cosmic black hole. There was nothing but king black circle, around which Hanfei was made spinning frantically. Majestic mystic spell. At this moment, Hanfei didn't dare to save any energy. Unknown things were often full of mystery and terror. As soon as he activated the majestic mystic spell, his speed doubled again, even surpassing before. Hanfei beamed with a smile. Hey! Go ahead sucking. Can you still suck me in? However, in an instant, the smile on Hanfei's face froze. When he looked back, he was dumbfounded. Hollish *T. It's catching up? Hanfei really didn't know why there were so many weird things in the underwater world. Anything in his sight now could make his hair stand on end. The huge black hole seemed to have eyes. Seeing that Hanfei escaped, it started to move. What made Hanfei speechless was that the thing was not moving slowly, but that it suddenly moved several kilometers closer to him, just like Xiaochan's flash appearing very abruptly. No sooner had Hanfei escaped the black hole suction than he was sucked in again. This time, he was not as lucky as just now when he was still far from the vortex. Now, little gold couldn't even flap his wings. Hanfei immediately crushed a flash stone. As a result, something miraculous happened. Hanfei felt that he had moved out But because of a mysterious force, he was sucked back again and fell in place. Again. F***ck. Even a flash stone is not working? However, at the moment he looked back, he glimpsed that a light seemed to appear in the black hole, which was a shadow winding like a snake. Huh. Is there something in it? Han Fei instantly stopped resisting. A moment ago, he resisted because he was afraid that this black hole would tear up everything that was sucked in like a real black hole. But since there was a living creature in it, then he wouldn't be torn apart either. He immediately took back Little Gold and put on an ultra-quality battle suit. With a hand on the blood-drinking knife. He did not remove the majestic mystic spell. Since this black hole was targeting him, there must be danger and fighting must be inevitable. Now, since Han Fei had learned the art of invincibility, he wasn't quite afraid of anyone. Even if he didn't want to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. It seemed that his fear had been eaten by the art of invincibility. Hey, don't make such a bluff. Come out and fight me. Han Fei turned around, and under the suction force, he rushed toward the black hole at an incredible speed. Sure enough, Han Fei only felt the suction force but did not feel the pain of body tearing. This was undoubtedly a good signal, so he immediately threw a punch. Bam! A dazzling fist light smashed at the huge black hole. Bang! At the moment when Han Fei touched the black hole, it seemed as if he had submerged from the seawater into another underwater space, which was a bit like the mirror of sky in the white mist salt marsh. But it was extremely dark here, and Han Fei's golden fist mark disappeared in the darkness. The dazzling golden light also failed to illuminate this dark place. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a sense of crisis. He subconsciously turned his body sideways and slammed his fist into the darkness behind him. Bam! The golden fist mark fell on something that felt a little soft at first, and then a little hard, like flesh and bones. Yes. Under the light of his fist, Han Fei saw a pair of eyes as big as a ball, staring at him in the darkness. In his eyes, the data showed. Name: Abyssal Water Serpent. Introduction: It was originally an ordinary sea snake but turned into a serpent after drinking the blood of a strong master, by mistake. 500 more years, it'll turn into a flood dragon. 1,000 years more, it will take the shape of a dragon. 10,000 years more, it'll turn into a real dragon. When it opens its wings, its speed is extremely fast. It breathes poisonous flames and can lift a weight of 490,000 caddies, and its defense is also extremely strong. Level 42. Quality: exotic, mutated. Contained spiritual energy, 6,285 points. Edible effect: eating it can strengthen the body, soul, and physique. Collectible: tendons, blood, flesh, gall, teeth. Absorbable. Remarks: this serpent is 498 years old and about to turn into a flood dragon. After reading the data in his eyes, Han Fei was relieved. It turned out to be a serpent. Bam! Feeling the water splash in the dark and a huge wave seemed to be coming, Han Fei immediately blasted out hundreds of punches. Dumb. 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 Gosh. Han Fei clearly saw that it was a gigantic tail, which was more than 10 meters long. Then how big was this abyssal water serpent? Han Fei punched out again, but the power of the gigantic tail had already been taken off by him. The huge serpent was not much better than Han Fei, or even worse. Its tail was almost broken. However, Han Fei was still shocked. Is this only a level 42 creature? Han Fei was stunned. Are you kidding me? I could easily beat inferior manfish. But it was level 45. Han Fei was sure that this serpent could easily crush an inferior manfish. With a casual swing of its tail. He was now an advanced dangling fisher, plus. With the effect of the majestic mystic spell, he still failed to smash this tail. Roar. In the next moment, Han Fei felt a fishy ocean current spurting, and the seawater was full of sticky things. Poison? Han Fei frowned in disgust. Has this abyssal water serpent started spraying poison? Humph, I have eaten the venomous tulip, and there is no poison that can work on me in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei clenched his fist, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward. He clenched his left hand into a fist and put it under his armpit, and his right hand was also clenched into a fist and glowing with a dazzling golden light. In the darkness, it was like a shining sun, too bright to look at. At the moment Han Fei rushed up, on his right hand, spiritual energy exploded 3 times. Before he threw a punch, 3 water splashes tens of meters tall broke out in the water. The golden fist was like a soaring rocket, and the shadow of the fist mark was tens of meters large. Roar. In the darkness, the serpent opened its mouth, and a mass of spiritual waves rolled in its throat, spraying at Han Fei. Humph. You're an exotic creature, so what? You're a mutant creature, so what? You still won't be able to escape from my fists. Aha. Boom. In the darkness, a golden fist light instantly penetrated the surging spiritual wave and blasted down on the head of the abyssal water serpent like a sharp arrow. Thud. The serpent's huge body was hit by Han Fei and rolled dozens of times in the water. Han Fei hurriedly stuffed a piece of yellow-blooded sea cucumber into his mouth before following up. Only when Han Fei stepped on the head of this abyssal water serpent did he discover how big the serpent was. Its head alone was 5 or 6 meters large. At this moment, a large part of the forehead of the serpent was sunken and one of its eyeballs was blown out by him. Han Fei found that the back of the big snake was trembling, and a pair of fan-like wings grew out. These were more like a large pair of fins than wings. However, since they were nearly 3 meters long after being opened, they looked more like a pair of wings. But compared with the size of the abyssal water tiger, there were like fins. Han Fei stood on the head of the serpent and placed the blood-drinking knife against its forehead. Be quiet, or I will chop your head off. Bam! Han Fei felt a sudden sharp pain in his head as if a needle drilled in. However, the demon purification pot turned immediately, and the pain disappeared. However, just in this flash, the abyssal water serpent began to run away. How could Han Fei let it run away? He immediately cast his fishhook, activated the void-breaking technique, and then the fishhook crossed 100 meters and hooked on the body of the serpent. Then the huge serpent dragged him along and began to swim crazily in the deep sea. Only after about 10 minutes, Han Fei felt light in front of his eyes. It was no longer the kind of darkness that made people feel desperate. Although it was still dark, Han Fei could see now. Oh! Han Fei was taken aback. He had no idea how big this serpent was when he was fighting in the dark just now. However, when he was able to see, he saw a super big snake that was 70 or 80 meters long, pulling him along while swaying. Bam! The abyssal water serpent threw Han Fei on the ground and dragged him along. Equals. Han Fei said angrily, very good. I didn't want to kill you in the first place, but now, you're dead meat. Han Fei suddenly withdrew his fishing rod and rushed forward quickly, followed by 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers. He brandished a long sword and thrust it at the abyssal water serpent. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. What a powerful defense. So many ultra-quality spiritual weapons still couldn't tear up its skin? Let me cut your wings. Then I'd like to see how you run away. Unable to penetrate the serpent's skin, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers rolled again, and the two wings that were 20 to 30 meters long were directly shredded by Han Fei. Boom! The abyssal water serpent fell to the ground head first. Han Fei sat on its head again. Both of his fists were glowing with a dazzling golden light and fell on the snake's head like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Perhaps this abyssal water serpent didn't expect that he would meet such a tough guy today. Although he was so much smaller than it in size, he was so strong and it couldn't beat him at all. After about 10 minutes, Han Fei finally stopped punching. Then, he frantically stuffed yellow-blooded sea cucumbers into his mouth. This abyssal water serpent was too difficult to handle. Was it really a level 42 creature? Inferior manfish that were level 45 were simply no match for it at all. In terms of strength, this abyssal water serpent was not weaker than him. Regarding speed, he was almost thrown away by it just now. As far as defense was concerned, even Han Fei's ultra-quality spiritual weapons were unable to penetrate its skin. What kind of level 42 creature could be so strong? Han Fei believed that if he hadn't used the majestic mystic spell, he would have been beaten to death by this thing. Han Fei thought this was probably the punishment Xiao Sei had mentioned. Otherwise, how could there be any creatures in this damn place? Without any energy, how could there be a creature? That big fish really underestimated me. Anyway, I can barely be considered a heavenly talent. Should I thank you for sending me such a powerful creature? Now I can fuse a new creature now. Damn, collect the demon. In Han Fei's mind, the demon purification pot flickered and the huge body of the abyssal water serpent slightly trembled. The demon collection failed. Boom. Another punch. Can you understand me? If you don't give in, I will kill you. Bang. Collect the demon. However, this time it failed again. Han Fei drew a long face. I finally managed to conquer you, and you refuse to surrender to me? Fine, let me teach you a lesson. Han Fei kept frantically punching at a spot on the snake's head. In the end, its skull cracked and a small hole was smashed into its head. You still don't surrender, do you? Very good, I like taming the untamed. Little Black. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei pointed to the small hole and said, Little Black, go in. Don't kill it. But you can eat it. Just keep its tendon and gall. Little Black nodded excitedly. When Little Black got into the snake's head, the snake beneath him began to flop frantically. Immediately after, it began to roll on the ground and its tail began to flap. Collect the demon. Surrender or die, make your choice. Collect the demon. Believe me, even though I may not be able to beat you when you become a flood dragon in 2 years, now you are still a snake, so you don't have much choice. Collect the demon. Hey! Big guy, do you understand what I said? Give up resistance. You will become a better version of yourself. What's the big deal about becoming a flood dragon? If you submit to me, you'll become a new you, and then you can easily kill a flood dragon. Han Fei tried to persuade the snake with his silver tongue. But he did believe that both Nine Tails and Little Gold would both make great achievements in the future. The abyssal water serpent was strong, or to be exact, shockingly strong. Although it would no longer be the original one after the fusion, it was at least part of the new creature, right? Finally, the abyssal water serpent could no longer resist the pain, and it suddenly turned into a stream of light before disappearing into Han Fei's wrist. At this moment, Little Black was still biting in the seawater. However, with a click, the serpent disappeared and he couldn't bite anything. He couldn't help but be stunned. Han Fei laughed. My boy, well done. Little Black swam up to Han Fei, bumped Han Fei's chest, and turned a few times in the water. No matter how strong the serpent was, it was still collected. Why did it have to suffer so much to surrender? Han Fei turned to look at Little White. My girl, do you sense any danger? Little White blinked and opened her mouth to Han Fei. Huh? You want something to eat? Han Fei immediately threw a spiritual fruit to Little White. In an instant, Little White and Little Black's bodies were full of spiritual energy, but it only lasted for a short time. Now, a spiritual fruit seemed to be unable to feed these two little things. So Han Fei threw another one to Little White. After eating the spiritual fruit, Little White swallowed a mouthful of seawater, gently bit Han Fei's body, and seemed to try to go back. Go back? Han Fei frowned slightly. It's impossible to go back. We had such a hard time getting in, and we haven't got the treasure yet. Han Fei felt that the so-called black hole was actually a road that really led to the depths of the chasm. He had this guess, because this water area was absorbing more and more energy. And his guess was also proven right by what the Time Dragon Carp had said. Putting away Little Black and Little White, Han Fei entered Forge, the universe. Although the battle just now was short, Han Fei used the art of invincibility, which consumed too much energy. In previous fights, Han Fei used the embroidery needle, the million knife art, or the drawing technique. But since he learned the art of invincibility, he felt that he could fight anything and anyone. And the more he thought so, the more he wanted to fight. Did the art of invincibility have any disadvantages? It depended on the physique of the user. The stronger his physique was, the stronger the effect of the art was. Correspondingly, the stronger his physique was, the stronger the effect of the art was, and the more energy it would consume. Before the battle, Han Fei was quite full. But now? He felt starving and almost collapsed. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei had a square meal. At the same time, he refined a large shield. It was not because his defense was not strong enough. In fact, both his offense and defense capabilities were already strong enough, which seemed impossible to become stronger in the short term. After all, he was already armed from head to toe. But today he found that there was still a creature that even the ultra-quality spiritual weapons couldn't hurt, so he refined a big shield to have one more line of defense. After eating and drinking to his satisfaction, Han Fei continued to walk forward. He was holding the map in one hand and searching for the places marked on the map. In particular, there were actually 3 main secret realms in the abyssal chasm. Han Fei discovered that the second secret realm coincided with the Treasure spot on Ren Tianfei's map. The first secret realm should be nearby. After swimming for about 200 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly saw a broken gate. Tower. Huh. Is this AF * King's secret realm? Why is it so conspicuous? This gate tower was 100 meters high. On both sides of the gate tower, 2 broken statues were erected. The statue on the left held a huge stick in his hand, which stuck in the ground. The head of the statue on the right was gone. It put a hand on its waist, holding a saber that was half broken. In the middle, Han Fei only saw rocks and mountains. Standing in front of the gate tower, Han Fei was about to step in, but his heart suddenly trembled. I can't go in. Han Fei remembered that before he came to the level 3 fishery, the teacher once said that there were some secret realms that you didn't have to go into. Know if they were dangerous or not. Up to now, Han Fei had not encountered that kind of secret realm. But here, he felt it. That kind of feeling was very strange. It felt that if he entered it, he would be met with certain death. At this time, Han Fei remembered Xiao Sei's words, not all secret realms can be entered at will. Is this first secret realm so dangerous? The demon purification pot did not react at all. Fine. Let me explore it after I get the treasure from Ren Tianfei. So Han Fei directly gave up on this secret realm. Han Fei walked past the secret realm and swam for about 500 kilometers, yet he still didn't meet a single creature. Naturally, there was no danger along the way either. It seemed that in this entire abyssal chasm, there was only an abyssal water serpent. Now Han Fei was more certain that the abyssal water serpent was definitely not here in the first place, which was probably released from a certain period of time by the big fish. Thinking of this, Han Fei couldn't help shivering. The big fish could raise her daughter in time and release creatures out of time. Wasn't this power scarily strong? Swoosh! Han Fei couldn't wait to go to the most central area as soon as possible. But suddenly, white sword chi swept across the seawater and swept towards him. Huh! I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Clink! Han Fei held the embroidery needle in his hand, smashed the sword chi, and then slowly stopped. He saw that there seemed to be more sword chi occasionally flashing in front. From what he felt just now, the sword chi was not weak and seemed to be stronger than the strike of an intermediate dangling fisher. Huh! Han Fei just paused and then moved on. This sword chi came from nowhere, just like the sword wall on the periphery of this chasm canyon. Although Han Fei didn't know how they were formed, these seemed to be remnants of sword chi, which burst out on their own accord. Perhaps there used to be a peerless powerhouse fighting here, who was so strong that his sword chi left behind still hadn't dissipated. He swam another 500 kilometers or so, only to find more and more sword chi. At first, it was just 1 or 2, but gradually, Han Fei found that there were hundreds within a kilometer. They were like streamlined spirits, wandering around in the sea. Once someone approached, the sword chi would sweep towards him. After being smashed by Han Fei one by one, they never appeared again. Huh? Has no one been here before? But that's impossible. Han Fei was puzzled. If the sword chi wouldn't reappear after disappearing, they should have been cleaned up long ago. Why were there still so many of them and even getting denser? At this time, Han Fei had checked the surrounding area and kept his body full of spiritual energy. After about half an hour, a white sword chi suddenly emerged from the ground. Then, one after another, sword chi emerged from the rock wall. Oh! If it was a person who didn't use a sword, he wouldn't know what this meant. Although Han Fei didn't use a sword, he used knives. His trump card was the drawing technique, which never failed him. If Han Fei used the draw to cut a piece of rock, there would be a strong knife. Chi left on the rock. This kind of thing, like a ghost, was scattered in the cracks of the rock and wouldn't disappear until it was completely shattered. And now, Han Fei had a vague hypothesis, this F*King Chasm Canyon, where he had been swimming for a long time, seemed to be cut out by someone with a hack. That was why there was a wall of sword chi outside the canyon, which would cut ordinary people to pieces. Ren Tianfei, did you King want me to die? Han Fei complained about Ren Tianfei 10,000 times in his heart. If this chasm was really, as Han Fei guessed, cut out by someone, what kind of a strong master was capable of doing that? The deeper he went in, the more intense the sword chi became, which meant the stronger the sword chi was. Han Fei, in an ultra-quality battle suit, swam full speed ahead for more than 2,000 kilometers, and just as he expected, the sword chi was growing stronger. Indeed. At first, it only equaled a full blow from an intermediate dangling fisher. Where he was now, the power contained in every wisp of sword chi was no weaker than a full blow from an advanced dangling fisher. Han Fei glanced at the map. According to the map, he was at least more than 5,000 kilometers away from the treasure left by Ren Tianfei. Damn it, this'll be *starred. No wonder he insisted that I couldn't come here until I became a dangling fisher. If it were someone else, they might have been already killed. After 1,000 kilometers, the sword chi had surpassed the realm of advanced dangling fishers. After 2,000 kilometers, within a kilometer, there were thousands of wisps of sword chi, which were almost equal to a blow from an ordinary peak level dangling fisher. After 3,000 kilometers, the sword chi had completely reached the realm of a peak-level dangling fisher. There were even occasionally one or two that surpassed the realm of average peak-level dangling fishers. After 4,000 kilometers, Han Fei had to escape into Forge the Universe. His spiritual energy protective cover had long been shattered and he had to eat a large piece of sea cucumber almost every 100 kilometers. Why would the chasm absorb energy? Han Fei thought that it was because of whatever created it. Think about it, doesn't this sword chi need energy? Where does this energy come from? It can only be absorbed from all around. Of course, there might be more than one reason, but this was definitely one of the reasons. At this moment, Han Fei was fueled up and he yelled, "Majestic mystic spell." Yes, the sword chi after 4,000 kilometers had reached the level of the immortals. Slaying formation. If Han Fei hadn't broken through to become an advanced dangling fisher, perhaps every 100 kilometers, he would have to take a break. After entering Forge the Universe 3 times, Han Fei finally swam more than 5,000 kilometers. Swish. Swish. The sword lights were as bright as snow, and each of them was irresistible. And hundreds of blue sea wandering dragon daggers were flying beside Han Fei, mixing with these swirling sword lights. Shield. Han Fei summoned the large shield, put it in front of him, and rushed forward. Clang, clang, clang. Fortunately, although these wisps of sword chi were powerful, they couldn't break these ultra-quality spiritual weapons right away. However, after swimming forward for dozens of kilometers, the parts of Han Fei's body that were not covered by the battle suit were already full of blood marks. Up to this point, any random wisp of sword chi in the sea could leave a sword mark on his body, although he had used the majestic mystic spell. *T, fortunately, I didn't come here earlier, or else I would have been killed here. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chi was as dense as a waterfall. Holding the ultra-quality spiritual shield, Han Fei was still forced to retreat. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers around him were almost unable to protect him. There were no longer hundreds or thousands of wisps of sword chi at this moment, but tens of thousands. Damn it, Ren Tianfei, you old B*****. I'll get even with you for this, just wait. Explode. Han Fei let out a low roar, and punched the big shield, bombarding it forward. With the art of invincibility. Bam. 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 Han Fei didn't know how many punches he swung. Anyway, in just 100 kilometers. He entered Forge the Universe 7 times. When he came out again, he took advantage of the moment he came out and looked around. Suddenly, he found a large stele erected on the ground thousands of meters away. On the big stele, it read, "Hidden fissures, or above, no trespassing." Damn, here it is. Simple and clear, it's that B**** style. As soon as he saw this stele, he knew that this was definitely erected by the old B*** Ren Tianfei. Even the writing on the stele was the same as those on the stele outside the boat-burying pit and the mantis shrimp cave. He just changed the dangling fissure to hidden fissure. Han Fei suddenly held the big shield, braving the sword chi jetting like flames, and rushed all the way to the stele. Sure enough, behind this stele, there was a hole only 4 or 5 meters in size. Bam! Without even thinking about it, Han Fei jumped directly into the hole and felt no obstacles at all. Huh? No water? Just after Han Fei went in, he found that the ground was dry and there was still air here. Phew! Han Fei took a few breaths and looked down. The ultra-quality suit on his body was covered with sword marks. Although it was not broken, many places on it were already sunken in and didn't look as good as before. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. In fact, he would not be able to hold it anymore if he continued to swim 200 or 300 kilometers further forward. He couldn't imagine what awaited him ahead. *CK, thank God that you didn't put the treasure place at the very center. Otherwise, I would have already slipped away. Han Fei took a deep breath again, then put away the shield, put his head close to the entrance of the hole, and took a look. Those wisps of sword chi that had lost their target turned into swimming white watermarks again as if nothing happened up above. Han Fei swallowed. The first secret realm was on the edge of the cliff. It was because that secret realm was so dangerous that no one dared to explore it. Ren Tianfei also put this on the edge of the cliff because ordinary people simply couldn't resist the enveloping sword chi outside. One would definitely be shredded to pieces by the enveloping sword chi unless he was at least an advanced hanging fisher. After all, not everyone could cheat like him. It was probably because of this that Ren Tianfei had erected a stele on the edge of the cliff blatantly. Ha! Ha ha ha! I have come in. Ren Tianfei, old B****, here I am. Han Fei laughed triumphantly. It was really not easy for him to come in. He was thrown into the Dead Sea from the Hurricane Sea area, came across the dragon boat, entered the fairyland, solved the seawater serpent, and braved the waterfall like sword rain. Han Fei couldn't help exclaiming in his heart, *CK, this was really an arduous voyage. Han Fei threw a divine healing technique on himself before he got up and looked at the cave. This seemed to be a downward slope leading to the depth of the cliff. Han Fei felt that it was a miracle for him to make it here. Now it was time to search for treasures like he was in the mantis shrimp cave back then. So Han Fei walked directly into the depths of the cave. Just after walking more than 100 meters, he saw a large circular cave with a radius of nearly 300 meters. Han Fei grinned and rushed inside. However, as soon as he entered the cave, he froze. Because, right across from him, a large word was written on a rock wall. Test. Han Fei was stunned for a long while and suddenly jumped. He yelled, F***CK. You, Ren Tianfei. F***CKU. There was no doubt that this test would be for him. From what he knew of Ren Tianfei, this idea must have occurred to him on the spur of the moment. Han Fei snorted. Fine, just test me. I've even beaten the sword Qi. Can I be afraid of your test? Han Fei was very confident in himself. After all, Ren Tianfei only left him the indestructible body, but he underestimated the other opportunities he got. Han Fei walked forward without hesitation. This was a pure circular cave, without the next entrance. Han Fei guessed that the next entrance wouldn't appear until he passed this test. However, when Han Fei looked around, his face immediately darkened. He saw 13 human skeletons in total. Han Fei frowned. It seemed that in the past 300 years, many people had come here. There were actually 13 dangling fishers who had come to this place. But they all died in strange ways. Some were embedded in the wall, some were sitting against the wall, some were inlaid on the floor, and some curled into a ball. Han Fei's eyelids trembled. These skeletons seemed to have been battered by a huge force. Among them, there were 5 skeletons inlaid on the rock wall and 3 on the floor. Han Fei was shocked. How big would a force have to be to knock people into the rock wall or ground? Han Fei walked towards the center of the cave. In terms of strength, Han Fei was confident that even Ren Tianfei himself, when he was in the same realm as him, would be no match for him. When Han Fei stopped in the middle of the cave, he felt the ground shake. Then, a phantom-like figure appeared 5 meters away from him. This man had a messy beard, his hair was combed back, and his forehead was exposed, looking like King Einstein. Huh? Is someone here again? Han Fei? Han Fei was surprised. Can you even speak? Nonsense, I am not dead. Of course, I can talk. Han Fei exclaimed, F***CK. You, the bearded man arrogantly said. Why? Don't think about delaying time. Although I am just a phantom clone, I will not be tricked by you. As long as the person I am waiting for hasn't come, I can still wait 10,000 years. Han Fei asked, so, are you really Ren Tianfei? Huh? The phantom was taken aback. Huh? How do you know me? Are you my disciple? For a while, the atmosphere seemed particularly tense. Ren Tianfei was silent for a while. Are you the little B***starred who made me wait for hundreds of years? Han Fei bared his teeth. Are you the old B***starred who tries his best to make trouble for me? Who did you call an old B***starred? Who did you call a little B***starred? Ren Tianfei's phantom gradually revealed a ray of brilliance. Under the radiance, his phantom became more and more real. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Han Fei found that this guy had turned into a real person. Han Fei was taken aback. F***CK. Aren't you a phantom clone? How can you become Human? Click. Ren Tianfei clenched a hand into a fist, opened the other palm, and hit the fist with the palm, making a click. Seeing Han Fei stunned, Ren Tianfei sneered. Do you think I only left a phantom clone here? I also left a drop of my essence blood, which can transform into a real person at any time. Han Fei couldn't believe what he saw. Really? A drop of essence blood could transform into a real person? However, Han Fei immediately noticed, hey. Are you still a dangling fisher? Huh? Ren Tianfei was also taken aback, looked at Han Fei for a long while, and then took a breath. You little b** starred, are you only an advanced dangling fisher? Impossible, how could an advanced dangling fisher make it here? Han Fei said, didn't you say that I'd better not come if I just became a dangling fisher? So I didn't come until I became an advanced dangling fisher. So you didn't expect me to come here while in the realm of dangling fisher? Ren Tianfei sighed. Are you stupid? Any normal person wouldn't come here until he becomes a hanging fisher after reading the words I left. Han Fei said angrily, bullsh**. Hanging fishers are not allowed to enter the Level 3 fishery. Except for the guardians of dragon boats, there are only great fishing masters and dangling fishers in the Level 3 fishery. If I really became a hanging fisher, I wouldn't be allowed in. Ren Tianfei was surprised. Really? But I remember hanging fishers were also allowed into the Level 3 fishery before. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Things change. It was 300 years ago. Anyway, hanging fishers aren't allowed in now. Ren Tianfei asked with suspicion. Nonsense. Is 300 years a long time? This rule will not be broken even in 300 years. Huh? Suddenly, Ren Tianfei seemed to think of something. Then, he suddenly looked at Han Fei up and down. Advanced dangling fisher? TSK. It seems that I've gotten myself a good disciple. Han Fei sneered. Who the hell is your disciple? You want me to die? How can you be my master? Ren Tianfei snorted. Since you learned my indestructible body art, you are my disciple. But you seem to have other opportunities. Otherwise, with your current strength, the meridians in your body should have been completely destroyed when you came here. But they are intact. Han Fei's face turned black immediately. Humph, you reminded me. If it weren't for the fact that I had plenty of treasures, I would have been maimed by your stupid indestructible body. Han Fei glared at him. Okay, now that I have managed to come here, where are the treasures? Ren Tianfei smiled. Treasures? Call me master, and I will give them to you. Bah. Han Fei spat on the ground. In your dreams. Ren Tianfei rolled up his sleeves in rage. Do that again. Bah, bah, bah. Aha. I'm gonna kill you, you little b** starred. Ren Tianfei immediately threw a punch at him. Han Fei wasn't afraid at all, however, he had already found that this Ren Tianfei didn't seem to be strong and was only a junior hanging fisher. If your true self were here, maybe I would call you master. But the one in front of me is only a hanging fisher level clone. You must be dreaming that I will call you master. Han Fei roared and the golden fist light shot out of his body. Boom. When the two fists collided, Han Fei flew out in the next second and hit the rock wall, causing the whole cave to shake. Cough. F*ck, old B** starred, are you using the power of a hanging fisher? However, Ren Tianfei didn't answer him, but looked at him curiously again. Wow, that's powerful. Have you broken the second barrier of the indestructible body art? Han Fei thought for a moment whether he should use the majestic mystic spell or not. With that punch just now, he used 80% of his strength, but ended up being punched into the wall. Now he knew why there were several skeletons embedded in the wall. It was because the old B** starred Ren Tianfei was too strong. That punch just now definitely weighed 70 to 80,000 catties. However, Ren Tianfei seemed quite relaxed, as if he had just punched casually. Han Fei sneered. Old B** starred, now you've really pissed me off. Ren Tianfei chuckled. Interesting. If you hadn't broken the second barrier of the indestructible body art, you shouldn't have been able to make it here. Also, the fist technique you just used is special. It's so powerful and seems to be the art of invincibility. TSK. You're kind of like me when I was young. Damn you, take my punch. This time, Han Fei used all his strength, and his whole person looked fierce and mighty. With a loud roar from him, the golden fist light burst out and his fists waved like dragons, and a huge golden fist shadow punched out. Ren Tianfei chuckled lightly. What a cocky boy. Today, let me teach you what a real fist technique is like. The next second, Ren Tianfei's expression suddenly turned serious. Facing Han Fei's golden fist mark, he did not evade but dashed forward at it. At the same time, he also threw dozens of punches. Unlike Han Fei's golden fist light, Ren Tianfei's fist light was crimson. His fist was extremely violent and even murderous. Bam, bam, bam. 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 Inside the cave, the two were fighting a pitched battle, and fist shadows danced wildly in the air. On the rock wall, there were fist marks left by them everywhere. However, Han Fei was still much weaker than Ren Tianfei, and his golden fist light couldn't resist Ren Tianfei's violent crimson fist light. Boom. Han Fei was hit to the wall again, and his whole body was embedded in it. Han Fei yelled angrily, Old B** starred, you are still using the power of a hanging fisher. You are cheating. Shame on you. Ren Tianfei smiled coldly. Cheating? How can you still say such naive things? In this world, nothing is fair. Only fists can talk. Han Fei was speechless. Ren Tianfei and Old Bai thought exactly the same. Which was that fists talked? Han Fei curled his lips and said, Fists talk? Fine, come on, let's see whose fists talk more loudly. Majestic mystic spell. Han Fei's momentum soared, his body was covered with billowing energy, and his powerful aura covered the entire cave. Han Fei grinned ferociously. I'd like to see how powerful a single drop of your essence blood is. Huh. A secret technique? Wow, this kid knows a lot. As soon as the majestic mystic spell was activated, Han Fei's combat power was immediately raised to its peak. Even a huge creature like the abyssal water serpent was tamed by him easily. I am invincible now. The golden fist light shot out again, the air burst, and the spiritual energy exploded on Han Fei's fists. His punch even left a burning flame in the air. Good job. Boom boom boom. The red fist light was no weaker than the golden one at all. The two fought more than a dozen rounds, blasting the rocks in the cave into flying over. 1. of the skeletons was directly crushed by the power of their punches. Bam! This time, Han Fei finally blasted Ren Tianfei back. Although the old B** starred only took a half step back, it was still a step back. But immediately afterward, Ren Tianfei's leg kicked at him. Han Fei raised his fist to block it, only to be elbowed in the chest and then rammed. Han Fei was about to be sent flying when Ren Tianfei clasped his arm and pulled him back. Then, despite Han Fei's almost peerless strength and sturdy physique, Ren Tianfei grabbed his body, elbowed it, punched it, knocked it with his knees, and bumped it with his head. Han Fei felt that this old B** starred seemed to use every piece of muscle in his body to the fullest. Ren Tianfei sneered while beating him. What's the use of your confidence? You are too weak. See, I can rub you against the ground with a single hand. Puff. Han Fei was poked flying by Ren Tianfei with a finger. Han Fei was shocked. Damn it. He couldn't even parry his attacks? But Han Fei certainly wouldn't admit defeat. He roared and activated the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. He twisted his body into all sorts of strange postures, and his reaction speed and fighting skills burst out in an instant. This combat skill is not bad, but you are still too slow. Slow. Get faster, faster. Why are you so slow? Boom. Han Fei held up only half a minute before being hit into the rock wall again. Puff. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Han Fei felt sore all over and cursed at Ren Tianfei. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Han Fei shook his body, got out of the wall, and was about to fight again when Ren Tianfei's body suddenly collapsed. It was a human body just now, but now it had become a phantom again. Ren Tianfei snorted. Forget it, your physique is not bad. Although your fist technique and skills are still not good enough, they are not too bad. You have passed the test. Han Fei. Han Fei could tell that the power contained in the drop of Ren Tianfei's essence blood had been used up. After all, according to the intensity of the battle just now, most people might not be able to withstand Ren Tianfei's 2 punches. After the battle, Han Fei took out a large piece of sea cucumber and swallowed it. Ren Tianfei was helpless. Why did you suddenly begin to eat? Han Fei grunted. I don't have the strength to fight until I'm full. Ren Tianfei snorted and clicked on the word test, and the word began to fall apart, so did the rock wall, and a large hole behind it was gradually revealed. Han Fei curiously asked, what treasures did you leave me? Given all the hardship I went through to get here, you should at least give me some divine weapons, shouldn't you? Divine weapons? Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei contemptuously. You should depend on your physique. No matter spiritual weapons or divine weapons, they will be no match for your physique in the end. Han Fei's pupils constricted. Really? I can hardly block the sword chi outside the cave. Do you mean that my body can even resist divine weapons when I finish practicing the indestructible body art? Ren Tianfei looked at Han Fei with a faint smile. Relatively speaking, let alone divine weapons, you can even fight sea-quelling bizarre treasures with bare hands. Wow. Han Fei took a breath immediately. He didn't even know what sea-quelling bizarre treasures were, but he guessed that the embroidery needle might be a weapon of that level. Suddenly, Han Fei took out the embroidery needle and inserted it into the ground. Is this a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Ren Tianfei's eyes widened suddenly. He stepped forward and took a look at the Rusty stick. After thinking for quite a while, he asked, "Where did you get this?" Han Fei said complacently, "Have you ever heard of rock-holding turtles?" "I pulled it off its back." Ran Tianfei grinned. "Have you ever met a rock-holding turtle?" Ran Tianfei tapped on the embroidery needle with his finger and thought for a moment. "Yes, this is a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. But I guess you can barely use it now, can you? You can only use this stick as a normal one. Right? Don't show it to others in the future." "Is it really a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? How can I make it recognize me as its master?" Han Fei's eyes lit up. He couldn't even give play to 10% of the power of the embroidery needle. How strong would it be if he could give play to all its strength after it recognized him as its master? Ran Tianfei sneered. "It won't recognize you as its master unless it recognizes your strength. If one day you can use it to make an earth-shaking blow, you may have a chance. But with your current strength, I am afraid there is no chance for you for the time being." Han Fei. But he wasn't quite disappointed. "Anyway, this stick is mine. Sooner or later, it will recognize me as its master." Suddenly, Ren Tianfei's body flickered and the old man suddenly became serious. "Now listen to you. Don't interrupt me," Ren Tianfei said seriously. "Try to find a body refining technique that is at least heaven-level high quality. You'd better do it before you enter the 1,000-star city. And you'll have to master it." "Why?" "I told you not to interrupt me." Ren Tianfei continued, "If you keep cultivating the indestructible body art, the more you practice it, the harder it will be for you to suppress your powerful physique and vitality, and then it is extremely easy for you to expose it. With your current strength, you'll definitely go to the unknown place in the future where there is no fishery, so once you go to sea, there is the only boundless sea. There are countless people from the 1,000-star city. If you practice the indestructible body too well, you'll be easily recognized, which is not good for you." Han Fei interrupted him again by asking, "Old B****, how many people have you offended? What will happen if others know that I have practiced the indestructible body?" Ren Tianfei said sternly, "What will happen? The consequence is that you will be hunted endlessly. Some people covet the indestructible body art and some are afraid of it. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that the indestructible body involves great secrets, and you are not qualified to know them now. But as long as you don't die, you will eventually find out. Remember, never, ever expose that you've practiced the indestructible body art. Once it's exposed, run away immediately. Escape to the infinite ocean and come back when you become really strong." As Ren Tianfei spoke, the phantom was fading, and now it had almost disappeared. Han Fei hurriedly asked, Hey, have you left me any other treasures? What is in the depths of this abyssal chasm? Can I explore it?" Ren Tianfei rolled his eyes at Han Fei. "Don't ask. When you came, you should have encountered a secret realm. Don't enter it, or else you'll die." Han Fei's heart shuddered. "So dangerous?" Ran Tianfei's phantom, who had almost faded away, said, "When you can break the third barrier of the indestructible body, you will be eligible to go to the unknown place. But don't come to the abyssal chasm again." Ren Tianfei's shadow disappeared, turned into white smoke, and faded away in a blink of an eye. Han Fei was helpless. "You haven't said yet whether there are any other treasures." Han Fei was complaining, but his heart was a little frightened. Did Ren Tianfei mean that he couldn't explore the other two secret realms in the abyssal chasm? Even if he was already eligible to go to the unknown place? Han Fei took out the cauldron and tucked away a square meal before slowly recovering. I can't even beat a drop of his essence blood? Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. The strong in this world are really horrible. Even a drop of blood released 300 years ago could be so powerful. Then, how strong was Ren Tianfei himself? What Han Fei didn't know was that millions of kilometers away from here, an old man with messy hair suddenly opened his eyes. Huh? My first clone has disappeared? I am going to have a disciple? This little bee asterisk starred. I hope you can get through the upcoming tests. Han Fei put away the pot and walked to the cave behind when he was full. As he walked, Han Fei rubbed his hands. Now that the treasure land was here, Ren Tianfei must have left something good here. He couldn't wait to see what it was. Just as Han Fei stepped into the cave, expecting to find something precious, suddenly, he fell into a huge water hole. Han Fei? Where are the treasures? Where are the divine weapons? Ren Tianfei, damn you, you old bee asterisk starred. Haven't I passed the test? Can't you give me a break? This water cave was 4 or 5 times larger than the previous cave was with a radius of 100 meters. When Han Fei found that there was not even a stone here, he knew he was screwed, especially when he saw the array at his feet. Sure enough, the array under his feet suddenly flashed with mystic light and the entire water cave began to shake. Immediately afterward, Han Fei felt that the water suddenly became very heavy. If the normal water pressure here should be 1, then the water pressure at this moment suddenly became 10. Ouch. It was not that Han Fei couldn't withstand 10 times the gravity, but now he was immersed in water, which was completely different. Under 10 times the gravity, Han Fei's first reaction was to get his body tensed up, and his advantage in speed was immediately gone. Suddenly, Han Fei saw another Ren Tianfei emerging from the center of the water cave. Han Fei was immediately outraged. F***ck, why are you out again? However, this Ren Tianfei was expressionless, whose personality seemed to be completely different from the previous one. This Ren Tianfei looked at Han Fei coldly. You are finally here. Now that we have passed the basic test, let's start formal training. Training? What the hell? Han Fei hurriedly asked, are you also transformed from a drop of essence blood? This Ren Tianfei's face was cold. I don't know what the last clone was like, but my task is to train you. Therefore, I'm emotionless and won't be polite to you. Don't put on this pained look. Even an ordinary person can withstand 10 times the gravity in a short time, or even heavier. Since you have practiced the indestructible body art, this should be easy for you. Han Fei was shocked. Easy? How can you see it's easy for me? This Ren Tianfei still said coldly, cultivators will become stronger under greater pressure, so will their learning ability and reaction time. The disadvantage is that the flow of blood in the body will be suppressed, plus the increased pressure, the speed will become very slow. However, this is only the case for ordinary cultivators. You've practiced the indestructible body, so your vitality is quite abundant. It won't take you much effort to offset the disadvantage. In the end, the only problem will be speed. Han Fei gritted his teeth. So, the so-called treasure is the training on me? How long will this training take? This array is called the 7-star array. You can't stop training until you beat me. Damn it. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What if I can't beat you? Then keep training. Han Fei. Han Fei was still trying hard to adapt to the 10 times gravity pressure underwater, but Ren Tianfei said coldly, you have half an hour to adapt to it. What happens half an hour later? Ren Tianfei said lightly, we start training. Han Fei was helpless. Is this so-called treasure really the training? Have you really prepared treasures for me? Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei indifferently. You talk too much nonsense. I don't mind starting training now. Han Fei. Han Fei, shut up. This Ren Tianfei was completely different from the one before. From this person, Han Fei only felt indifference. Han Fei immediately began to warm up. If there was a way for Han Fei to quickly adapt to this environment, it must be the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. It had been long since the last time Han Fei practiced the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. When Han Fei took the first pose, Ren Tianfei was slightly surprised. Because he only had half an hour, Han Fei's postures changed quickly. He put on 36 postures in only half an hour. Ren Tianfei suddenly said, this combat skill is quite good, with which you can make the most of every piece of muscle. Although its level does not seem to be high, it is very rare. You must practice it for an hour every day from now on. Han Fei grinned. Oh, it's really rare for you to praise a combat skill. Ren Tianfei said bluntly, combat skills have great advantages in the early stages, especially for people with low strength like you. A good combat skill can improve your combat power and reduce your chance of death. Han Fei asked, then what if my strength is no longer low? Ren Tianfei said, at that time, combat skills will be useless. No matter how special a combat skill is, in the face of absolute strength, it is of no use. Han Fei snorted without speaking. After he finished practicing the 108 postures, Ren Tianfei came 10 meters away from him. Now, training starts. Huh? Shall we start training so soon? As a response, Ren Tianfei directly attacked him. No weapons, only fists and fighting skills. Seeing Ren Tianfei punching at him, Han Fei was about to fight back. However, when he clenched his fist, he felt that the speed couldn't keep up. Immediately, he tilted his head slightly and turned his body sideways. Unfortunately, his opponent was not an ordinary person, but Ren Tianfei, who was abnormally strong. Bam! He elbowed Han Fei in the chest, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Han Fei hurriedly supported the ground with one hand, and in a strange posture, kicked at Ren Tianfei, who pounced on him again. But the latter grabbed his foot with one hand, pulled it, and slapped him in the chest. Bam! Han Fei flew out again. Before Han Fei fell, Ren Tianfei rushed at him again. Bam! 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 He didn't know how many times he had been punched as he felt sore all over. Ren Tianfei kept saying, slow, too slow. Haven't you eaten? Why are you so weak? Are your qi and blood not flowing smoothly? You can't even res pull to this? Are you a turtle? Even turtles are faster than you. Hey, get up. Han Fei didn't know how long he had been abused. He felt that every inch of his body had been battered by Ren Tianfei. But he couldn't even touch him. When one day passed, Ren Tianfei gave Han Fei an hour to practice the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. After an hour, the battle continued. The process repeated over and over again for at least 10 days. Han Fei wouldn't easily admit defeat. This experience reminded him of when Jiang Qin was training him on the seabed. At that time, just like now, he was also abused by Jiang Qin for half a year. Half a month later, Han Fei had almost completely adapted to 10 times the gravity, and he discovered that the qi in blood could actually be mobilized. Before, Han Fei had never thought about the issue of qi and blood. He just felt that his physique was very strong, his heart was beating powerfully, and his qi and blood supply was sufficient. But now, he discovered that when he was about to attack, the qi and blood could be supplied in advance. At that moment, the speed would soar sharply. And because of this discovery, Han Fei managed to keep up with Ren Tianfei's rhythm. At this moment, Han Fei rushed towards Ren Tianfei after practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. He gave a kick at him, so fast that his kick left a shadow under 10 times the gravity. However, Ren Tianfei was faster. He leaned back slightly, moved his body sideways, circled round to Han Fei, and kneed him in the stomach. Bam! Han Fei cursed, "Have you elevated your strength to an advanced dangling fisher?" Ren Tianfei said indifferently, "Yes, so you can improve more quickly." Han Fei was speechless. This is too much. I finally got adapted to the environment and reached the reaction speed of an intermediate dangling fisher in a normal situation. But this B** immediately raised his strength to an advanced dangling fisher. Han Fei was outraged. "I don't believe what you say. You just want to hit me." However, Ren Tianfei just said carelessly, "Yes, I just want to hit you." Han Fei. After another half a month, Han Fei had completely gotten used to the 10 times gravity and was able to perfectly control his qi and blood. Every muscle in Han Fei's body could burst out with huge power in an instant. But then Ren Tianfei elevated his strength to be a peak-level dangling fisher. So Han Fei could still only be abused. Another 10 days later, when Han Fei finally was able to adapt to Ren Tianfei's strength, this B** turned to suppress him with spiritual power. In the second month after entering the water cave, Ren Tianfei began to throw poison at Han Fei. Han Fei was stunned and yelled, "How can you use poison on me? Don't you feel ashamed?" However, Ren Tianfei was also stunned. "What anti-poison fruit have you eaten? The poison doesn't work on you?" Han Fei sneered. "Yeah. I have eaten venomous tulip, and all the poisons in the level 3 fishery basically don't work on me." Ren Tianfei yelled, "Fine, then I'll just continue to beat you." Ren Tianfei raised his strength again. This time, he became equal to a hanging fisher. But Han Fei sneered. "Hey! You can go ahead and improve your strength, but I also have a secret method. I have been beaten by you for 2 months, and today I'm gonna hit you." Majestic Mystic Spell. Han Fei hadn't used it before because he knew he was training. After being abused for 2 months, Han Fei felt that 10 times the gravity was no longer a problem for him, and he no longer needed Ren Tianfei to train him. "I am invincible." The golden fist light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he burst out hundreds of punches. The seawater was bombarded, exploding and boiling. "Huh?" Ren Tianfei was slightly taken aback. "Are you in a hurry to get out?" Han Fei scolded, "I don't want to be abused by you any longer." Ren Tianfei said lightly, "Okay. Then go out. Huh? After saying this, Ren Tianfei changed back into a phantom and then disappeared. Han Fei was astonished. Is it over? Isn't this F*** king too easy? When Han Fei was still stunned, the water cave collapsed, seawater flowed out. And the 7-star array on the ground began to shatter. Crack! Han Fei found a door on the ground. Han Fei looked at the mottled, manhole-like gate and frowned. Will there be a third Ren Tianfei behind? When the gravity disappeared completely, Han Fei suddenly felt so relaxed as if he was floating in the air and could jump hundreds of meters away with a light touch on the ground with his toes. He couldn't delay any more time. It had been more than 2 months since he entered the abyssal chasm, and only 5 months were left before the 1-year period expired. He didn't know if Zhang Xuanyu, Xia Shachan, and the others had met. Drawing a long face, Han Fei pulled the model door with one hand. However, this casual grab actually tore the millstone-like gate. Wow! I've become much stronger. However, this time, Han Fei's eyes lit up because he saw seats and a stone platform. It seemed that someone had lived here. Han Fei jumped in the door without hesitation and looked around. It turned out to be a large room less than 100 square meters. The most conspicuous thing in the room was a large pool with an area of 3 square meters. In the pool was bright red water. When Han Fei saw the pool of water, he was shocked. The energy was too violent. He just stood there and took a breath, and he had felt billowing energy into his body. F***ck, candle dragon blood? So much? Han Fei's attention was immediately attracted by the candle dragon blood. It was like a luminous pearl in the dark night, so dazzling. Gulp. Han Fei's eyelids jumped. It's crazy. Did Ren Tianfei slaughter a dragon before? This is too crazy. A whole pool of candle dragon blood? Before, in the door of the hexagon starfish, a drop of candle dragon blood turned him into a fatty. But here, there was a damn pool of it. Han Fei felt that he would be blown up if he sucked it all up. There was no second possibility. Han Fei exhaled deeply, filled with puzzlement. The energy of the entire abyssal chasm had been sucked away. Why did the pool of candle dragon blood remain untouched? The only explanation Han Fei could think of was that Ren Tianfei was too strong and the seal he placed was too strong. Even the mysterious sucking power of the abyssal chasm couldn't suck any energy from here. Han Fei looked away from the pool with difficulty and began to look around the room. Obviously, this room was forcibly broken open from the outside. There were huge fist marks on the rock wall, which was in line with Ren Tianfei's style. In the corner of the room, there was a large stone bed with some crushed and dried seaweed on it. Next to the bed was a stone table with some fish skin on it. Except for these 2 things, Han Fei didn't see anything else. On the rock wall opposite the bed, there was a sunken 5-meter large fist mark in the rock wall. Han Fei sneered. I can't believe Ren Tianfei left a big punch mark on the wall of his own room. Did he take it as a decoration? Han Fei didn't pay any attention to the fist mark anymore. His first goal was neither the fish skin nor the fist mark, but the treasures Ren Tianfei left him. But there was nothing else here. The only thing left was the stone table, which looked no different from the one in the mantis shrimp cave. Did this guy leave him a combat skill or something? Han Fei hurried forward and found that There were only 3 pieces of fish skin on the table. There was a drawing on one piece of fish skin, which seemed to be a floating island. On another piece of fish skin were written notes, which seemed to be left for him. And a big fist was drawn on the third piece of fish skin. Han Fei's face turned green. He felt outraged. *CK, I tried so hard to get to this place, and you just left me these? Han Fei tried to suppress his anger and picked up the fish skin with the words on it. Huh. Haven't you died yet? When Han Fei saw this, he didn't know what to say. Are you *King looking forward to my death? Skipping the first line, Han Fei continued to read. Being able to enter the abyssal chasm and get here means that you should have broken through to be a hanging fisher. Otherwise, you would definitely not have been able to pass the first 2 tests. However, since you have entered, it shows that you are quite talented. Now I will tell you a few things. First of all, I don't have any messy divine weapons or combat skills for you. Here. Now that you have come here, you must have broken the second barrier. Regarding the indestructible body art, my first clone should have already explained to you, so I won't talk about it anymore. Why did I let the first clone tell you? That's because if you didn't meet my standards, you would never have the opportunity to see my second clone. Now that you have made it here, you are already my disciple. *CKU. Your second clone kept battering me for 2 months. Is there anyone who teaches disciples like this? If I see you in person, I will beat the hell out of you. Next, Ren Tianfei finally got to the point. He said, you will need a lot of energy after breaking the second barrier of the indestructible body art. The longer you practice the indestructible body, the more energy is required. The 30 drops of candle dragon blood in the pool are for you. After you absorbed it the first time, you must have become very fat, I guess you know this. At that time, you were still too weak to absorb much. But with your current physique, you should be able to completely absorb a drop of candle dragon blood. Remember, do not use the blood unless necessary. You'd better leave about 10 drops to break through the third barrier of the indestructible body art. Han Fei was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Are there only 30 drops of candle dragon blood in such a big pool? Does a drop of blood weigh dozens of caddies? Han Fei was helpless. He had thought that a so-called drop of candle dragon blood was the size of a small drop of water. Now how should he use this stuff? Would he have to say, wait a minute, let me take a mouthful of blood, in battle? Han Fei shivered all over when he imagined that scene. That would make him a joke. Ren Tianfei continued, you don't have to be in a hurry to break the third barrier of the indestructible body art. You just need to cultivate normally. After you finish refining your flesh and blood, continue to temper your bones. When one day, you find that your bones become bright white and shiny without any impurities, it means that the third barrier has come. Han Fei bore this in mind. He had become quite strong after breaking the second barrier of the indestructible body. Then how strong would he be if he broke the third barrier? Next, Ren Tianfei said solemnly, although I didn't leave you any divine weapons, I left a punch for you. With it, I bet you'll be invincible in the unknown place. Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. This is too crazy. I dare not say that I'm invincible even with the art of invincibility. And the big fist mark and a map you left me can make me invincible in the unknown place? In the end, Ren Tianfei wrote, when you break the third barrier of the Indestructible body art, you and I will meet. By the way, good luck. He had told him all that should be said. The so-called treasures of the old. B** starred were 30 drops of candle dragon blood and a big fist mark. But Han Fei was somewhat puzzled. What did the floating island on another fish skin map mean? Han Fei didn't immediately study the big fist mark, but picked up the picture. With the floating island. In the picture, a floating island was hanging in the sky. Below it was a vast ocean, and above it were clouds. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned. He saw that among the clouds, there was an inconspicuous pair of eyes. When Han Fei's eyes met the pair of eyes in the clouds, he suddenly froze, and a sense of horror emerged spontaneously. There is a secret above the clouds. Han Fei took a breath and didn't look at those eyes again. With just a glance at them, he felt a chill down his spine and his whole body was frozen. This old B** starred left me a picture but didn't make it clear why he left me this picture. What are the eyes in the clouds? Han Fei returned to his senses slightly. The feeling just now was more like a warning. But what did Ren Tianfei want to warn him about? Han Fei couldn't figure it out, so he could only keep the picture first. He guessed that the city must be the Thousand-Star City. But he was still far from the Thousand-Star City now. He would stay in the unknown place for a few years. After spending a year in the level 3 fishery, Han Fei already felt that there were too many things for him to explore. The unknowable place was much more dangerous than the level 3 fishery and had naturally much more to explore. So he wouldn't go to the Thousand-Star City for a while. Then Han Fei began to look at the big fist mark left by Ren Tianfei. Han Fei held up the fish skin map, comparing it with the fist mark on the rock wall but didn't find anything special. Staring at the fish skin map for a long time, Han Fei felt that this seemed like a combat skill, but not like a combat skill. The demon purification pot had no information about it. Putting the fish skin map away, Han Fei ran up to the rock wall and tried hitting the fist mark left by Ren Tianfei with his fist. To his shock, the next second, he felt that all the energy in his body was almost drained in the blink of an eye. The qi and blood in his body, from head to toe, gushed into his fist in a strange way. Boom! A fist shadow over 5 meters in size erupted from Han Fei's fist and crashed into the fist mark on the rock wall. Puff! Han Fei immediately spouted blood and then exclaimed, "A secret method." But at this moment, Han Fei couldn't take much care of it, so he sat directly on the ground, took out the cauldron, and started to stuff food into his mouth. Now, Han Fei would always cook a pot of yellow-blooded sea cucumber and put it in Forge the Universe. Whenever he needed it, he would just take it out and eat. It wouldn't go bad in Forge the Universe anyway. Han Fei slowly recovered after half an hour, staring at his fist blankly. Just now, Han Fei's energy was drawn away. Besides, it was not transmitted to the fist through the meridians, but from the flesh and bones, which then appeared on the fist. Han Fei's first feeling was that his speed became very fast and then he became very strong. However, this blow almost exhausted all his energy, if in battle. Suddenly, when Han Fei glimpsed at the candle dragon blood, he seemed to figure out something. Han Fei immediately realized that Ren Tianfen had left 30 drops of candle dragon blood because he knew that this technique would use up all the energy for whoever used it. Han Fei glanced at the demon purification pot at this moment and saw the data. Sacrificing punch, heaven level, divine quality. Introduction: this technique allows you to gather the energy within your body and blow it out along with your soul power. Shortcoming: your energy will be lost after a punch. You must replenish yourself soon, or you will be severely wounded. Superseding art: no art can be deduced. You can only deduce it on your own. Note: this technique is not invincible. Whoever uses it must be ready to sacrifice himself in order to defeat strong enemies. Hiss. Han Fei had a lot of complicated feelings. The sacrificing punch wasn't as good as his art of invincibility, but it was still surprisingly brutal. Also, it seemed to be a very simple technique. One only had to concentrate all his energy and blow it out. However, there were actually two problems. First of all, how could the energy all over the body be concentrated instantly? Just now, Han Fei had sensed that all his energy was extracted the moment before he punched out. The technique was even faster than the art of invincibility. Secondly, while one could always be determined to fight, it was hard for them to be ready to kill the enemy at the cost of their own life unless they were already dying. But such determination was exactly what this technique needed. It was why it was named the sacrificing punch. Han Fei immediately grinned. This old goal doesn't seem so bad. He didn't offer any weapons, spiritual fruits, or cultivation arts to Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't really need those things. What Han Fei was in dire need of was exactly pure energy such as the candle dragon blood. He couldn't even imagine how powerful his punch would be after he became a peak-level dangling fisher and activated the majestic mystic spell. After obtaining the sacrificing punch, Han Fei had quite a few ultimate skills. Now, the drawing technique was powerful and the most common one. The sacrificing punch, on the other hand, was the most extreme one. It was much more powerful than the drawing technique. After all, the drawing technique could be used more than once. Counting the sky-dissecting finger, the supreme yin-yang wheel, the majestic mystic spell, and the art of invincibility, Han Fei felt that he had all the unparalleled secret techniques in the level 3 fishery. Earlier, he had learned that Chen Chen and Chao Tian were the best fighters. He had fought Chao Tian back in the steps into the sea, but Chao Tian didn't try his best back then. He knew that the man was very strong after the man blocked his drawing technique when he had activated the majestic mystic spell. As for Chen Chen, whom he ran into later, this man must be a lot weaker than Chao Tian, considering that he was swept into the sea by the million knife art. Although his million knife art was launched with ultra-quality spiritual blades at this moment, Chen Chen should be able to blow them apart if he was strong enough. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Does this mean that I'm on par with Chen Chen and Chao Tian now? No, no, no. Han Fei dropped the idea the moment it popped up in his head. How could he be on par with them? He should be the one-punch man that was above them. Is this the confidence that an expert should have? Hee hee. After that, Han Fei picked up the giant pot and walked straight to the pool of the candle dragon blood. He slightly reduced the size of the pool and forged the universe that stored the spiritual spring. Then, he pointed at the candle dragon blood, and it was all gone. The moment the candle dragon blood disappeared, he was blasted by a torrent of scorching energy that filled the cave in the blink of an eye. Shoot! Han Fei was instantly dumbfounded. What's happening? I'm just collecting the candle dragon blood. Why is such furious energy bursting out? As far as Han Fei's eyes could reach, flames were surging and roaring. Yes. The furious energy turned into raging flames the moment it charged out. It was so hot that it reminded Han Fei of the magma in the fiery mountain. Ha ha ha. Isn't it a pleasant surprise? You think this is over? It's not easy for me to get a disciple. How can I leave nothing but a technique for you? Since you've already broken the second barrier of the indestructible body, I'll further polish your bones for you. You old jerk. Han Fei was lost for words. Pleasant surprise? It was a surprise, but definitely not a pleasant one. Cracks suddenly emerged under Han Fei's feet, and weird circuits were spreading out with Han Fei as the center. Han Fei cried out, "Old jerk, what's this now?" But the moment Han Fei opened his mouth, the flames flew into his mouth and popped out from his nostrils. Old jerk, that's too much. You should have at least given me some time for preparation. However, Ren Tianfen was nowhere to be seen. Even his voice was gone, as if it wasn't Ren Tianfen who talked just now. As ***, Han Fei was rendered speechless, as Ren mechanical voice behind. He didn't have a third clone at all. The flames around him got more and more intense. Han Fei's clothes had been burnt up the moment the place was ignited. He had thought of putting on an ultra-quality battle suit, but since nobody was around, he decided not to do that in case the battle suit was ruined by the flames. 100 seconds passed. The temperature of the flames became steady, but Han Fei didn't feel well at all. It was simply too hot. At this moment, Han Fei's skin was already cracking, and only 100 seconds had passed. Ho 00000. Han Fei remembered that he always threatened other people that he would roast. Then when he pretended to be one of the black and white ghosts, but he turned out to be the one who got roasted now. Crack. Chilla. His flesh and blood were cracking non-stop, and hot currents of magma were springing from under his feet. Han Fei felt that his eyes were being blinded by the flames. While covering his eyes, he struggled to watch the magma filling in this place. F***CKU, Ren Tianfen. You can't let go of me until you get me killed. Right? You'd better pray that I won't become stronger than you, or I will definitely boil you alive. Ouch. Han Fei felt that his flesh and blood were being burnt. He had to sit down immediately and practice the indestructible body. Polishing the skin, the flesh, the bones and the blood had always been the way to practice the indestructible body art. When his body was almost collapsing, terrifying vitality came up. Han Fei didn't know where the vitality was from. Had he been carrying it all this time? Having no time to consider that, Han Fei simply took out dozens of spiritual fruits. But the spiritual fruits were vaporized the moment they were retrieved. The spiritual energy in them was mixed with the flames. Han Fei kept his eyes closed. Unlike Ren Tianfen, his indestructible body was purely based on his vitality, and he was recovered again and again. At this moment, Han Fei's veins were intact, and he could still absorb spiritual energy. He would be a fool if he didn't make the best use of it. An hour later, Han Fei's flesh was wriggling under the fire, and his bones were burningly hot. But that was not important. Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that his eyelids had been burned up. Han Fei felt terrible at this moment. He couldn't turn his eyeballs indestructible, could he? How frightening would it be if his enemy were to poke his eyes with ultra-quality spiritual weapons? Instantly, Han Fei covered his eyes with 2 high-quality spiritual stones. He Didn't care about other places, but his eyes must not be ruined. M. As a result, tremendous spiritual energy covered Han Fei's eyes without leaving any gap. 2 hours passed. Han Fei felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. His bones didn't feel like bones anymore, but more like magma flowing in his body. Also, his veins were breaking apart. Han Fei took out dozens more spiritual fruits, trying to repair his veins. For a moment, Han Fei reached an impasse with the flames. Han Fei dare not think about anything else at this moment. Ren Tianfen thought that he didn't have veins, but he actually did. He had picked up the indestructible body art in a different way from how Ren Tianfen did. Ren Tianfen could polish his body crazily, but Han Fei couldn't. He needed balance. Therefore, Han Fei took out dozens of spiritual fruits every 2 hours to repair and stabilize his veins. He also replaced the high-quality spiritual fruits that he stuck to his eyes every once in a while. 1 day passed. Han Fei was as skinny as a skeleton, and his bones were shimmering. Now and then, spiritual energy was dispersing from him. His veins were also emitting fluorescence as if they were made of crystals. 2 days passed. Han Fei's bones became so purified and smooth as if someone had put oil on it. But Han Fei didn't pay attention to his bones. His eyes were very sore. Though they were protected by his spiritual energy, the dazzling flames had been burning them and deprived him of his sight. 3 days passed. Han Fei's bones were no longer solid but more like fluids where spiritual energy was flowing like springs. After the 3rd day, the flames gradually dimmed. 7 days later, the flames finally disappeared from this space. After a long time, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, 2 rays of fire beamed out of his eyes like lasers. Han Fei was quite shocked himself. What's going on here? Am I Superman? However, the 2 beams of light quickly disappeared from his eyes. Han Fei could see nothing but redness in his eyes. The weird scene did not fade away until a long time later. His vitality was surging out non-stop and healing his wounds at a very high speed. About an hour later, Han Fei rose up. He looked at his data instead of looking for a way out. Owner, Han Fei. Level 39, Advanced Dangling Fisher. Spiritual Energy 128,526, 6,499. Spiritual Power 1001/1001. Perception Range 5,000 meters. Spiritual Heritage Level 5, High Quality. Spiritual Beast Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 30, Main Art. Void Breaking Technique, Volume 4 Void Fishing, Demon Level, Divine. Quality. Han Fei was briefly stunned when he saw the data. The upper limit of his spiritual energy reached a new height. His spiritual power hadn't been improved much, but it seemed to have surpassed the threshold. Had it reached a new level too? Han Fei was quite lost for words. Was it a result of his cultivation in the past 2 months, or because of the flames where he was burned? But in any case, he was almost burned alive, and he had to get back at Ren Tianfen at some point. That was really a scary experience. His veins might have been melted if he didn't have any tricks. In that case, he would have been crippled, if not killed. Damn you, old jerk, you think everybody is just like you? Han Fei raised his head, only to see that the cave that he came from was long gone, and that many cracks had appeared on the crags because of the appalling temperature. The biggest crack of them was where he punched the wall here. There was a dark hole behind it that looked like a passage. Is this another trap set up by that old fart? Hanfei was very suspicious. He had thought that he could go out easily after collecting the candle dragon blood. He never expected that any of this would happen. Once bitten, twice shy. Hanfei was very suspicious about Ren Tianfen right now. That old B***starred was quite a troublemaker. While Hanfei stared at the dark hole, he suddenly found that it became as bright as day, and he saw a zigzagging road that led to somewhere he didn't know. Hiss. Wait, something is wrong with my eyes. Hanfei took out a knife and used it as a mirror to examine his eyes. But no matter how he examined them, he found that his eyes were normal. Have the yin-yang divine eyes been upgraded too? That can't be right. I don't have the yin-yang divine eyes unless I'm fused with little white and little black. Unfortunately, there was nobody else here, so Hanfei couldn't know if his eyes had changed at all. From what he could tell, they were absolutely the same as before, except that he saw things more clearly in the dark. He had to take the road. After all, it was the only passage left. But Hanfei knew that the road wouldn't be so simple. Therefore, he immediately put on a battle suit and a spiritual energy protective cover. Stepping into the darkness, or the trail that seemed dark but was actually quite bright, Hanfei immediately saw a whole lot of other things. All kinds of illusions were happening. He saw a batch of big green crabs coming at him. I knew nothing good would happen. Hanfei grinned but didn't take action. Because he didn't see any information in his eyes, which meant that everything before his eyes was fake. However, when the first big green crab crashed him and pinched Hanfei's elbow with its pincers, Hanfei's face suddenly changed. That's impossible. Hanfei was instantly shocked, as he sensed the pain and the collision. Could this crab be real? That was unlikely. This was just the most common big green crab that was everywhere in the regular fishery. But why did it feel so real? Hanfei lowered his head and looked back at the cave, only to find that everything was still there. This did not seem to be an illusion. How could that be? Hanfei was dumbfounded, as it didn't make any sense. If this was a regular big green crab, he should have been able to read its information. Bam! It was impossible for the big green crab to hurt Hanfei. Hanfei casually punched out, and the hundreds of big green crabs behind him were shattered into pieces. However, after they were shattered, Hanfei saw that the shattered big green crabs turned into glittering spots of light and disappeared from the way. However, following them, tremendous little white fish and big yellow fish were surging. You're all fake. Hanfei was quite positive of that. He didn't know why those regular creatures felt so real, but he was 100% sure that they were fake. If they were real, they would have turned into broken shells and bodies. How could they simply turn into spots of light and disappear? Therefore, Hanfei planned to press on. He was going to find out what was at the end of the road. After Hanfei made the first step forward, he somehow felt a lot easier, as if something heavy in his heart had been removed. Huh? Something is wrong with this road? Hanfei wasn't quite certain of that. He merely felt comfortable after the first step, and he wanted to walk on. Boom! Blowing up the big yellow fish, he moved on for another several steps. After the several steps, the fish that came at him turned from big yellow fish to green turtles, blade fish and snake belts. Hanfei moved on faster and faster. He found that he was enjoying the feeling. He felt that his heart was clear, and that he wanted to blow up all the obstacles before his eyes. Yes, he wanted to clear all the obstacles. Therefore, the swordfish, ball fish, spirit-swallowing fish, purple-tailed scorpions, and other creatures from the level 1 fishery were all shattered by Han Fei with one punch. Then, the strip fish, the piercing bone fish, the dragon-headed fish, the prawns, the lightning crabs, and other fish from the level 2 fishery came up and were blown up by Han Fei too. After that, there were the anti-heaven blades, the black moon sickle fish, the mess-swallowing worms, and other things from the level 3 fishery. Han Fei moved faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had crushed more than 100 types of fish that appeared before his eyes. At this moment, the inferior manfish showed up. Han Fei found that it was difficult to continue the journey after the inferior manfish showed up. The road became narrower and narrower, and he had to be very strong to make every step. Boom! At this moment, Han Fei had an epiphany. This was not a regular road but a replay of everything he had seen. All the creatures he saw and knew were blocking his way. After he killed an inferior manfish with the art of invincibility, Han Fei's whole body was glowing. Because the road was narrower and narrower and the creatures were more and more ferocious, he had to tear the road apart. With the art of invincibility and the sacrificing punch, 2 unparalleled skills, Han Fei only wanted to press on. After he blew up a merman with the sacrificing punch, it was the end of the road. Lying before Han Fei was absolutely darkness, as if the road had been blocked. It looked like the world and forged the universe that was beyond the existing space. Open up! Han Fei punched crazily and punched the darkness. However, after thousands of powerful punches, he felt that he was extremely tired, but he only expanded a dozen steps in the dark. Eventually, a weird eye emerged in the darkness. Han Fei burst into fury for reasons he didn't know and launched the sacrificing punch at the darkness. Again with bloodshot eyes. Shwa! Under an attractive force, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. He found that he was still inside the cave sitting cross-legged on the ground. Who? Han Fei breathed heavily, but his body was suddenly stiffened. It was because the crack on the wall, caused by his punch, was small and shallow. It was only half a meter deep, and there wasn't a road behind it at all. Huh? Where's the road? Han Fei rose and ran to the crack, but he found that it was just a regular crack, and there was nothing behind it at all. Was it a dream? Han Fei didn't come back to himself until a long time later. He looked at his stats again in a hurry, but unfortunately, his stats didn't change. But he did feel something unusual about his abdomen. When he looked into his body, he found that a seed the size of a grain was floating there. Huh? What's this? Han Fei was quite shocked. Why was there a seed in his abdomen? Where was it from? He tried pulling the seed with his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy simply bypassed the seed every time. After several attempts, Han Fei realized that he couldn't move the seed at this. Since it did not seem to be a threat, he decided to let it go. At this moment, Han Fei raised his head and found that the entrance he came from was still there. So, it was indeed just a dream. It was not until this moment that Han Fei finally confirmed that he had taken all the treasures left by Ren Tianfen. On his way out, he entered the cave that he entered in the beginning and saw the bodies that were still lying on the ground or stuck to the wall. Out of the cave, the white sword Chi was still slithering unhurriedly. Hee hee. It looks like I won't find any more treasures. This time, Ren Tianfen didn't leave anything for him. He didn't mention leaving any treasures to Han Fei in the unknown worlds either. Han Fei knew that he would probably meet this old man after he broke the third barrier of the indestructible body art. The old man wasn't here, but maybe he was in the Thousand-Star City or somewhere else. Han Fei didn't intend to go out immediately. He had one more thing to do. Now that he already had 5 creatures, it was time he fused his third contractual spiritual beast. He listed the 5 creatures in the demon purification pot. There was an iron-armed lobster whose pincers were hard and could leave its body. There was a mutated devil fish that could invoke fear. There was an exotic snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus whose 9 heads were quite aggressive. Han Fei was almost of a mind to ignore this one and look for another creature he could fuse with. There was an exotic divine seaweed octopus that could remotely control seaweed. There was also an exotic mutated abyssal water serpent that boasted shocking defense abilities. Looking at those creatures, Han Fei felt that he could definitely create a super powerful creature after the fusion. He only wondered if the creature he created could be beyond a legendary one. After all, Little Gold was already of the highest quality among the legendary creatures. Although the 5 creatures that Little Gold was based on were all exotic creatures, none of them were mysterious. Besides, none of them were a giant octopus that could talk, or an abyssal water serpent that had a dragon bloodline. Demon purification pot. Demons to be refined iron-armed lobster, mutated devil fish, snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus, divine seaweed octopus, abyssal water serpent. Consumption, 3 million points of spiritual energy, fusion result unknown. Fuse them or not? Han Fei was briefly stunned. Something was not right. It only cost him 10,000 points of spiritual energy to fuse the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, and it took 50 times more to create Little Gold. But this time, the creatures that Han Fei thought to be very powerful required 3 million, 6 times more than what Little Gold cost. Huh? This doesn't agree with the pattern. Or is it because those lives aren't advanced enough? Han Fei slightly frowned. Forget it. Was he really qualified to look down upon a creature that had to be fused with 3 million points of spiritual energy? He couldn't dream of having one back then. Fuse? After about 50 seconds, something suddenly threw itself on Han Fei. The thing was soft and sticky, as if it had a layer of grease on its body. Han Fei hurried to lift what was covering his head, only to find that he had been stuck to a sucking disc. Han Fei couldn't have felt more disgusted. A sucking disc? A tentacle? An octopus? He felt as though a dragon had just bashed into his chest. Why an octopus? Although there were 2 octopuses among the demons to be refined, both of them were hideous. One of them was a freakish octopus that was downright an eyesore. The other one was the divine seaweed octopus, which was green and disgusting. Han Fei almost felt that he was desperate. Why had such a creature been synthesized? He would have been happy even if it were a snake. The abyssal water serpent, for example, looked much more awesome than an octopus. Struggling for a long time, Han Fei finally broke free from the suction disc and crawled out from under the octopus. He was dumbfounded when he saw the creature. Before him, the octopus was staring at him with its 2 big eyes. Also, the 2 big eyes were of different colors. One of the eyes was blue and clear, and the other was red. Now, both of the two eyes were gazing at him. Apart from the eyes, this octopus was dark red in general. Han Fei's heart was chilled the moment he saw the color. The only relief was that the octopus's tentacles did not mutate, and it had a regular octopus head. Who? Han Fei was slightly relieved. He could accept it as long as it wasn't like the freakish octopus, even though it didn't look pretty. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp looked awesome. Little Gold was pretty cool too. But this creature here was fat, ugly, and nothing special. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Contractual spiritual beast. Name 9 Death Soul Splitting Octopus. Introduction: This is a special beast from the primordial age that has a divine beast bloodline. It can absorb spiritual energy and vitality with its sucking discs. Its spiritual power is very high and can ignore all spiritual attacks 10 levels above itself. It can also deflect 90% of physical attacks that come at it. It boasts powerful self-recovery abilities. Level 38. Quality Legendary, Upgradable. Spiritual Energy 4,888 points. Food Carnivorous, prefers shrimp and crabs. Battle Technique Limb Regeneration, Blood Rebirth. Note: in its ultimate state, the host can share blood rebirth with the 9 Death Soul Splitting Octopus. It can be used 9 times in a lifetime. Vitality sharing is unavailable for now. Shoot. Han Fei was dumbfounded, as this creature seemed rather awesome. It could ignore spiritual attacks and deflect 90% of physical attacks. Its limbs could infinitely be regenerated when they were broken. It could also be reborn with its blood. This creature seemed unkillable. Hiss. Han Fei's eyes bulged out. Good God, I can be unkillable too. Does it mean that I have 9 extra lives now? He didn't know when the ultimate state would come, but it would certainly be awesome when it did come. I don't know what to say. Han Fei's eyes curled as he smiled hard. He found the octopus more and more agreeable. Little Gold seemed much less remarkable than the 9 Death Soul Splitting Octopus. Ha ha ha. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh aloud. This was too delightful. Also, other people seemed to only have 2 contractual spiritual beasts at best, but he already had a third one. It appeared that the limitation of contractual spiritual beasts didn't apply to him. While Han Fei was feeling great about himself, he suddenly heard a voice. What a dumbass. Who's there? Han Fei's first reaction was to look around, but he suddenly trembled and gazed at the giant octopus. Were you talking? Yes. Huh. Han Fei immediately gasped hard. Damn it. Can a contractual spiritual beast talk? Why have I never heard the 9-tailed mantis shrimp or Little Gold talk? Han Fei asked with a trembling voice, how can you talk? The big octopus glimpsed at Han Fei, as if it didn't want to speak to him. Han Fei could clearly sense the contempt in the octopus's crooked eyes, which suggested that it was not in the mood to answer his question. Han Fei wasn't too pleased. Hey, that's outrageous. I'm your master. You have to show me some respect. The big octopus glanced at Han Fei again. Then, it slowly shrank to half a meter. Recall me. The big octopus tilted its eyes and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei was so angry that he almost wanted to slap it. Han Fei said to himself, it's a pet. It's my pet. I have to calm down. He snorted, you haven't met your brothers yet. I'll introduce you to one. Another. After that, Han Fei summoned the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold. All of a sudden, the three legendary creatures looked at each other in a triangle. Little Gold was acting silly. It flapped its wings and approached Han Fei. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was like an ADHD patient. It simply drew close to the nine-death soul-splitting octopus the moment they saw each other, and the big octopus had to move back. Go away. Pa. The big octopus slapped the nine-tailed mantis shrimp away, and it rolled on the ground non-stop. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp certainly couldn't hold it back. Seeing that it dared to slap it, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp charged forth and swung its two limbs. Han Fei saw that the big octopus extended two tentacles, which were bashed into its body by the nine-tailed mantis shrimp in the next second. But it immediately sent out another two tentacles to the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Next, the big octopus stuck its whole body to the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. The sucking discs of the octopus were so attractive that the nine-tailed mantis shrimp couldn't move at all. However, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp wasn't weak either. It simply swung out the nine-star chain and clutched the octopus. For a moment, the two creatures were stuck together and rolled like a ball. Seeing that, Han Fei said quickly, Okay. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, let go. Little fatty, you stop too. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp seemed to have realized that it couldn't beat this thing, so it obediently stopped, but the big octopus said above the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, I want another name. Han Fei chuckled. Aren't you hard to please? Do you think that name is below you? The big octopus glanced at Han Fei. Another name? Han Fei decided that he would not give in to a pet that was challenging its master. Don't press too far. Come back in right now. With Han Fei's thought, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the little fatty both disappeared into his body. Little Gold innocently watched the whole fight and submerged into Han Fei's body too. Han Fei clicked his tongue. That's three of them. If I get another few contractual spiritual beasts of such a level, will I be able to retire early? Han Fei tried fusing with Little Fatty. But Little Fatty only unwillingly attached itself to him after he called it 3 times. Also, the Little Fatty's attachment was quite weird too. The 9-star chains came with the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, wings came with Little Gold, but 2 eyes came along with Little Fatty. Han Fei was quite shocked. The 2 eyes were shadows that grew above his shoulders, allowing him to see everything that was around him. The tentacles of the octopus did not appear at all. They would only emerge from the void when Han Fei wanted to attack with the tentacles. After trying it out, Han Fei realized why Little Fatty was described as strong. He took out a mid-quality spiritual shield, but his tentacle squished the shield easily. Han Fei could sense how powerful the tentacle was during that moment. It was probably no weaker than his full-strength attack without activating the majestic mystic spell. Han Fei was quite satisfied, because it was just a random test he had, and the octopus should be much more destructive than that in a real battle. Naturally, Little Fatty had shortcomings. Its attack speed wasn't as high as that of the 9-star chains, and certainly not Little Gold's. However, in terms of melee battles, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold were probably not as strong as Little Fatty when they were combined. Considering the advantages and disadvantages, Han Fei was generally satisfied. But what surprised Han Fei was that something went wrong when he tried to attach the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, and Little Fatty to himself. At the same time, no matter how Han Fei tried, he could only attach two of them at best. Once two of them were attached to himself, there was no way he could summon the third one. Han Fei realized that he wasn't omnipotent after all, and that there was a reason why most people only had two contractual spiritual beasts. While he could use different combinations, he could only attach two contractual spiritual beasts to himself, or three, counting the naturally endowed spiritual beast, just like everybody else. In fact, it made a lot of sense. Otherwise, he would be the center of attention if he got 10 contractual spiritual beasts in the future and attached all of them to himself. As he left the cave, the sword Qi that was swimming in the sea seemed to have found their target and came at him overwhelmingly. This time, Han Fei simply ignored them and swam back with a shield on his shoulder. He didn't intend to press any further, nor was he capable of doing so for now. While he had been significantly strengthened by the treasures Ren Tianfen left behind, he was still not strong enough. The sword torrents outside were so terrifying that he probably couldn't reach the treasure trove at the end of it, even if he became a peak-level dangling fisher. Since he couldn't go there, he might as well let it go. He also saved the treasure trove ahead for the future. If he didn't get a chance to explore it, so be it. There were too many treasure troves in the world for him to explore. Han Fei passed the dragon boat on his way back, but he didn't board it. Mostly, it was because he didn't want to get in touch with Xiao Sei and the dragon carp of time. The younger one was still being kept there, and the bigger one was too strong for him to mess with. If he went there, he would lose a tremendous amount of food again. It was certainly not worth it. 3 days later, Han Fei swam across the Dead Sea. He experienced all kinds of weird incidents. He was blasted by infrasound waves multiple times, and he was almost absorbed by a big hole that appeared out of nowhere. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how many people in Zhang Xuanyu's team made it out. Since he didn't know the way, he could only swim randomly when he got out. He ran into many strange underwater vortexes and pits where a lot of weird creatures lived. On his way out, Han Fei also met an exotic worm that looked like the mess swallowing worm, except that it was 3 times larger and had 2 heads. It looked rather scary. Therefore, Han Fei simply punched it back even though it was an exotic creature. He didn't plan to subdue it. Little Fatty came out during the fusion. Han Fei also realized that it was barely possible to create creatures that were better than legendary with exotic creatures. If he pursued perfection, he needed to consider capturing stronger creatures. In the future, he had to aim for mutated exotic creatures, or even the mysterious ones. Eventually, with Little White's help, it took Han Fei 2 days to swim out of the sea. When Han Fei arrived in the Tornado Sea, he had no time to search for the scattered treasures anymore, partly because he didn't want to be consumed by the abyssal chasm again, and partly because he felt that the abyssal chasm had more secrets. It was still a mystery how he ended up in the Dead Sea. Besides, Han Fei didn't think that he could find any better treasures in a regular trove than what he already got. It was best to find Zhang Xuanyu and Xiao Xiaochan and reunite with him. Han Fei simply ignored the tornado and sailed out on a boat. He had planned to craft another wind god boat, but it would consume a lot of spiritual energy to do that, which didn't seem worth it for a journey of no more than 1,000,000 kilometers. He would have a wind god boat when he found Zhang Xuanyu or Xiao Xiaochan at the edge of the abyssal chasm, 10,000 kilometers before the tornado. sea and 50,000 kilometers away from the abyssal chasm, He Kaiyang was turning a fish skin map. Huh? Wait. That's not right. This is the place marked on the map, but I don't see any treasure trove here. Do I have to press on? He Kaiyang frowned and hesitated. He would be entering the tornado sea if he sailed on. In everybody's eyes, entering the tornado sea meant entering the abyssal chasm, which was well acknowledged to be the most dangerous place in the Level 3 fishery. Nobody would risk their life there for no good reason. He Kaiyang gritted his teeth. Forget it. I can't go there. When He Kaiyang was about to leave, he was stunned to see that a boat flew out of the abyssal chasm. Hiss. This guy is rather bold. He Kaiyang quickly prepared to leave. As far as he knew, nobody who could make it out of the abyssal chasm alive was simple. But he found that the boat behind him was chasing him soon after he fled. While He Kaiyang tried to keep a distance from Han Fei, he wasn't exactly scared. After all, he wouldn't have come to this place for treasure hunting if he wasn't confident in himself. He was one of the remarkable peak-level dangling fishers, and one of the top 3 super experts in the mystic turtle town. His pride made him step back. But he wasn't afraid of fighting. Seeing that someone was drawing near, He Kaiyang couldn't help but fly up on his boat to see who was coming to him. He almost peed his pants when he saw Han Fei. Right when He Kaiyang exclaimed, a fishing line appeared on his boat out of nowhere. He Kaiyang instantly recalled the boat and squeezed a flash stone in the next second. Han Fei was quite bummed when he finally came. Aren't you a little bit too fast? Little White, let's go after him. Half a day passed. Hiding in a trench, He Kaiyang couldn't be more appalled by Han Fei's reappearance after being missing in the abyssal chasm for more than 2 months. Didn't they say that nobody had ever left the abyssal chasm alive? While He Kaiyang was hiding prudently, he saw an enormous octopus swimming to him from 1,000 meters away. The octopus stopped moving upon seeing him. Then, the octopus gradually changed its color and melted into the surroundings. Huh? What a weird octopus. He Kaiyang's eyes glittered. He had happened upon a special creature. Immediately, he charged at where the octopus disappeared at full speed. Releasing his senses, he found that a stone-like creature was peeping at him. Haha. It's definitely an exotic creature. I'm going to be rich. Huh? After He Kaiyang launched an attack with an unstoppable sword chi, he found that the sword chi was blocked by some rocks and the octopus was running away. He certainly couldn't allow it to go away. He immediately came close and chased after it, but a smooth stone suddenly jerked from the ground, and he was absorbed by a powerful attractive force. His eyes bulging out, He Kaiyang quickly took out another flash stone. But before he did anything yet, a fishing hook suddenly emerged in his hand. That grabbed the flash stone away. In the next second, a golden fist descended magnificently. Under these circumstances, He Kaiyang could not even defend himself. After the exploding seawater calmed down again, he found that a man was standing 10 meters before him. Hello. How are you? On the surface of the ocean. He Kaiyang sat on the boat obediently. He had no idea how Han Fei tracked him down. However, Han Fei had defeated him easily with nothing but one punch. That made He Kaiyang extremely frustrated. He knew that Han Fei was not ordinary, but he was quite devastated to be crushed by an advanced dangling fisher so easily. At this moment, before Han Fei said anything else, He Kaiyang had opened his Mouth, I know what you want to ask. Oh? Han Fei's eyes glittered. Then why don't you tell me about it? I'll let you go if I'm satisfied. He Kaiyang knew that it was impossible for him to get away from Han Fei, so he could only tell him everything in great detail. You want to know where your partners are, don't you? Han Fei was briefly stunned. You know my teammates? He Kaiyang smiled bitterly. After you came out of the steps into the sea, all the information on your partners was publicized. Someone might have bought it from the Spectre and disseminated it. Han Fei was instantly enraged. Did anyone do that on purpose? Damn it. I will definitely kill them after I find out who. He Kaiyang said, now, few people in the level 3 fishery don't know the Thug Academy. The rest of your gang should be near the sea grassland at this moment. The sea grassland? Han Fei was shocked. Are you saying that they're all there? He Kaiyang nodded. Yes, all of them. After the turmoil you caused at the steps into the sea, someone went there to look for you and ran into the guys who intended to kill you. The person killed dozens of peak-level dangling fishers in a row before he fled with heavy wounds. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. Who was it? Was it a man or a woman? He was certain that it couldn't have been Xia Xiaochan or Zhang Xuanyu. Xia Xiaochan knew what she was doing. He had merely sent her out for her safety. This person was even less likely to be Zhang Xuanyu, who had spent so long in the abyssal chasm that he didn't know what happened outside at all. So, it could have only been Lu Renquang or Luo Xiaobai. They must have found a lot of treasures which enabled them to kill dozens of peak-level dangling fishers in a row. Without wasting any time, He Kaiyang simply looked at Han Fei and said, it was Lu Renquang. Lu Renquang? Han Fei slightly nodded. Then what happened? He Kaiyang said that Lu Renquang fled with heavy wounds. Then why did he end up in the sea grassland with the others? He Kaiyang shrugged. I don't know what exactly happened after that. However, half a month ago, some guys on the wanted list had a huge battle in the sea grassland. Nobody knew how it happened, but a person named Luo Xiaobai fought Mo Qianshang, the top of the wanted list, in the sea grassland. Then, the battle went on for days. The rest of your team was all gathered there. It's still going on. It's still going on? Han Fei found that hard to believe. What kind of battle could be fought for more than half a month? As if he knew what Han Fei was thinking, He Kaiyang said, the havoc in the sea grassland isn't completely over, and that place is suitable for hiding and long-term battles. It's not strange at all that they've fought for such a long time. Han Fei considered for a moment and said, the result of the battle is still unclear? He Kaiyang shook his head. I don't know. But when I learned the news, many experts on the wanted list were already there. Not just the people on the wanted list, the dragon boat and the Spectre met each other and had a skirmish too. Huh? Han Fei interrupted him, hold on a second. Are you saying that the dragon boat and the Spectre had a fight? He Kaiyang nodded. That's right. Also, the Spectre had fought against 2 dragon boats at the same time. Some hanging fishers were even suspected to be involved in the battle. But nobody was hurt or killed. It was just a brief affair. Han Fei was slightly puzzled. It didn't sound right. Didn't they say that the dragon boats and the Spectre hadn't fought for 30 years? It was believed That the dragon boats were traumatized from previous battles. Why did the dragon boats become tough this time? Taking a deep breath, Han Fei asked, anything else? After a brief silence, He Kaiyang said, there's a place that I don't like going to. Something might have happened there because of you. Because of me? He Kaiyang nodded. The steps into the sea has turned into a perilous place. Now. Han Fei? Half a month after you left, the steps into the sea became steady again. But a month ago, the steps into the sea suddenly fell into mayhem. Tremendous creatures appeared out of nowhere and fought human beings. A marvelous weapon even appeared in the meantime. You know what marvelous weapons are, right? A lot of people died, but none has claimed the marvelous weapon yet. Few people dare to go there anymore. Han Fei was lost for words. Am I related to the whole thing? I'm not the person who dropped the marvelous weapon. But Han Fei was quite curious too. Where was the marvelous weapon from? He had taken all the good stuff, and he never saw any marvelous weapons on the altar. Why had a marvelous weapon appeared out of nowhere? Han Fei couldn't figure out the answer, so he simply stopped thinking. He should focus his attention on the steps into the sea instead of the sea. Grassland now. Intrigued, Han Fei looked at He Kaiyang. Do you have the wanted list? He Kaiyang nodded and gave a leaflet to Han Fei, but he said, I bought this wanted list half a month ago. I don't know if it's still useful for you. He Kaiyang nodded and suddenly looked at He Kaiyang. You're sea swallowing. Seashell. He Kaiyang's face stiffened. Eventually, like a balloon that had lost all its air, he gave the sea-swallowing seashell to Han Fei in frustration. But he was relieved that Han Fei did not mean to kill him, which was great. He could always get more sea-swallowing seashells as long as he was alive. Han Fei did not waste any of his time, but set off to the sea grassland. Directly on his way, he found that Lu Renkuang was indeed on the wanted list with a high rank. The 21st place on the wanted list. Name, Lu Renkuang. Gender, male. Profession, armorist. Spiritual beast, spiritual clam. Contractual spiritual beasts, thousand-blade turtle, unknown creature, which is capable of swallowing an assortment of items. Specialties, battle frenzy, sword and saber specialization, bloodthirsty. Broadsword, knife burial technique. Bounty, 3 million. Other rewards, 300 kilograms of spiritual spring, 1 high quality. Demon level art, 1 high quality spiritual weapon, and 300 spiritual fruits. Remark, this man is extremely dangerous. A full strength blow from the bloodthirsty broadsword is as strong as an attack from a hanging fisher. Note, this man is one of the 5 members from the Thug Academy. He's very tough. Kill him the moment you see him. He is believed to have acquired a legendary contractual spiritual beast. Han Fei was slightly surprised, as Lu Renkuang seemed to have been quite lucky. He got a new contractual spiritual beast, which was a legendary one. Han Fei believed it the moment he read the information. He knew that the fatty seemed greedy about everything, but was actually only interested in the good stuff. The man had always wanted a stronger contractual spiritual beast. As for Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei didn't find her name on the wanted list. After all, Luo Xiaobai didn't appear until half a month ago. At that time, He Kaiyang had already set sail for adventure, so his list did not include her name. The boat that Han Fei was sailing was one of the best boats he had left. It Could go 33,000 kilometers in a day, only half as slowly as his wind god boat. Now that the whole team had been gathered, Han Fei believed that few people in the whole level 3 fishery could beat them in a team fight. Back when they were in the Fiery Mountain, Lu Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and Xia Xiaochan were already able to beat Li Hanyi's team of 5. Now that they had all found treasures in the level 3 fishery and grown much stronger, Han Fei wasn't too worried about them. 5 days passed. Han Fei finally arrived at the edge of the sea grassland. However, when he was 50,000 kilometers away from the place, he had changed his look into a random person's. That was because he found a dragon boat in this place. He boarded the dragon boat. Thanks to the Thousand Faces technique, nobody noticed anything wrong. His primary target was not to make deals, but to look for someone. There were 100 dragon boats in the level 3 fishery, and he needed to find 2 of them, one of which being the dragon boat he boarded at the beginning. However, after wandering in the market, he found that this wasn't the boat, so he left immediately. The whole trip took less than half an hour. At this moment, Han Fei saw another dragon boat 10,000 kilometers away from the sea grassland. Something must be wrong with the sea grassland, or why would so many dragon boats be gathered here? On the Information Trade Center on the dragon boat, a staff member asked, "May I know what you would like to buy?" "I want a wanted list, and information on Mo Qiansheng." He asked for Mo Qiansheng's information because he would catch too much attention if he asked for his teammates. Since the battle was still going on in the sea grassland, he could find them. When he found Mo Qiansheng, after paying 10,000 mid-quality pearls, Han Fei received a piece of accurate information about Mo Qiansheng. After acquiring the intelligence, he found that He Kaiyang's intelligence was already outdated, and the sea grassland had already turned into an enormous swamp. It was believed that 1/3 of the experts on the wanted list were here. Also, those people were divided into multiple groups and had already joined the battle. Why were they fighting? Because Luo Xiaobai and Mo Qiansheng seemed to be competing over something. But Luo Xiaobai didn't get the entirety of it. She and Mo Qiansheng seemed to have split it up. The experts on the wanted list were divided into multiple groups chasing them. Luo Xiaobai and her partners were a team, Mo Qiansheng and another few friends were a team, and the others were divided into multiple teams too. 2 days earlier, Luo Xiaobai's team and Mo Qiansheng's team had a battle within the seaweed wall. Both of them suffered casualties. A day earlier, Mo Qiansheng had fought with another team. An armorist who was 19th on the wanted list was killed on the spot. 10 hours earlier, Luo Xiaobai's team encountered another team on the wanted list too. A soul warrior who was 26th on the list was killed. There had been no updates since then. Han Fei was very familiar with the place where they were last spotted. It was the sponge area. After acquiring the information, Han Fei left the dragon boat. He stayed there for no more than an hour in total. Because the Information Trade Center adjoined the mercenary hall, Han Fei heard people shouting when he passed by the mercenary hall. For waiting for 1. We need an armorist. Zhao Mo, 39th on the wanted list, has entered the sea grassland on his own. Anyone want to hunt him down? 3. Waiting for 2. We need a spirit gatherer and a manipulator. Our goal is to hunt exotic creatures. Come if you're interested. We're a 100-person group. Our target is the sponge section. We still need 22 candidates. We're hunting the member of the Thug Legend or Mo Qiansheng's team. Come on if you're interested. We're a squad of pickers. We're all hunters. There's still one opening. We're set off the moment the team is full. Han Fei paused for a moment, wondering if he should join one of the teams. But he smiled in the next second, as it did not seem necessary. Several dragon boats were here, and although he didn't see the specter, it must be somewhere around. With so many people here, there must be a lot of similar teams inside the sea. Grassland. In such a case, it was pointless to join a team in disguise. It would be faster and more convenient if he acted alone. Thinking that through, Han Fei left the dragon boat alone and set sail to the sea grassland. However, after only 1,000 kilometers, a boat descended from the sky and blocked Han Fei's way. Hey, brother, surrender your sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei slightly tilted his head. His boat had been covered by seaweed and green vines. On the boat on his opposite side, the Soul Warrior jumped over to Han Fei's boat with a stick. Han Fei's lips curled. 2 manipulators? Both dangling fishers? You think you can stop me? Boom. The Soul Warrior hadn't performed any of his battle techniques, and he was about to talk to Han Fei, when a golden fish appeared before his eyes. Bam! The fist broke the Soul Warrior's rod and collapsed his chest. Pooh! The Soul Warrior could not imagine that he would be crushed by someone of his level before he could utter a word. On the other boat, the 2 armorists were appalled. They recalled the boat, squeezed their flash stones, and fled quickly. Han Fei had no time to bother the 2 manipulators in the water. He simply darted dozens of daggers into the water. The ultra-quality spiritual weapons were irresistible for some regular advanced dangling fishers. Amidst the shiny daggers, one of the manipulators was pierced through, and the other one had a broken arm but managed to escape by squeezing their flash stone. Everything was within Han Fei's perception. He could even tell that the manipulator had flashed to the edge of his perception range and was quickly swimming further away. Han Fei grinned, as flash stones were less and less effective for him. His perception range of 5,000 meters was exactly the maximal distance of teleportation of the stones. Not every flash stone could flash dozens of kilometers away. Sometimes, it could only flash within 1,000 meters. It was completely random. Han Fei was confident that, as long as he absorbed some more crystals and further increased his perception range, those probably couldn't get away from him unless they were to use flash stones more than twice in a row. But of course, Han Fei didn't intend to chase the pirates at this moment. He was in a hurry. During the 10,000-kilometer journey, Han Fei encountered 8 ghost boats. It was not hard to imagine how chaotic the sea grassland had become. The pirates had even considered this place as their paradise. Some of them weren't professional pirates, but when they saw that Han Fei was alone and only an advanced dangling fisher, they couldn't stop themselves from robbing him even though they had never robbed anyone before. Unfortunately, Han Fei simply killed anyone on his way. No boats could possibly resist Han Fei for more than 10 seconds. They all fled the moment they engaged him. To save time, Han Fei simply flew above the sea grassland. Many people were surprised to see what Han Fei was doing. They wondered what his purpose was. Was he trying to descend into the sea grassland? Or to search for some poisons from the high reeds? A lot of people were scattered among the high reeds looking for things. Some were here to collect the poison of the green arrow venomous frog, and some were hunting creatures under the reeds. All of a sudden, an enormous golden fish descended from the sky and caused a huge hole in the reeds. Someone exclaimed, "Shoot!" Someone came down from the sky. Someone said with disdain, "Only an idiot would do that. This place is full of spirit-devouring bugs. He will be killed if he goes down." Someone was confused. "But that man seems quite strong. I, for one, couldn't have taken that punch." Han Fei didn't cause any attention. Whoever met him simply thought that he was a relatively strong expert. They didn't find anyone who looked like Han Fei on the wanted list, so they simply thought that he was a tough expert but not tough enough to make it to the wanted list. In the water, Han Fei blew up the algae that drifted to him with a punch. Spirit-devouring bugs were everywhere in the seaweed and in the water. However, Han Fei couldn't care less about them at this moment. All the creatures that were within the reach of his fists were shattered. None of the spirit-devouring bugs could reach Han Fei. A team of 3 advanced dangling fishers saw what he did clearly, and how his golden fist left a mark on the ground through the water. Boom! Han Fei blew a crab to pieces with a casual punch. Then, he locked someone's hands with his fishing hook. Immediately, the other 2 people squeezed their flash stones and escaped. They wondered where this tough guy was from. That was a rarely seen purple soldier crab, and you blew it up with one punch? You're too strong for us. The man who was captured by Han Fei was frightened. Bro, let's talk nicely. You want my sea-swallowing seashell, right? I can give it to you. Please don't kill me. Han Fei simply glanced at him casually. Have you met anyone on the wanted list here? The man was briefly stunned. No, we haven't. He was actually rather speechless. How could we still be alive if we had run into any of them? Han Fei looked around. What is this place? The man replied in a hurry, this is the Broken Stones Valley. Han Fei searched his map for a long time before he finally found the Broken Stones Valley on it. This place was about 700 kilometers from the seaweed wall, and one had to take a detour to go from this place to the sponge area. The journey was almost 7,000 kilometers. Han Fei ignored him and stepped dozens of meters away. After another step, he vanished into Broken Stones Valley that was full of green moss. Phew! What a terrifying man. Who was that exactly? Tu Feng was 22nd place on the wanted list. At this moment, he was lying on a rock that was enshrouded by seaweed. He wasn't here to fight anyone. As far as he knew, both Mo Qiansheng and Luo Xiaobai were too strong for him to deal with. But he couldn't feel happier at this moment, as he had looted more than 50 sea-swallowing seashells. He thought to himself proudly, it's really great that I can just wait for people delivering their sea-swallowing seashells to me here. I'm not an idiot. Who fights over the divine weapon? I probably wouldn't even live long enough to use it even if I somehow get it. Huh? Another sea-swallowing seashell is coming? In the eyes of the experts, those who were weaker than them were usually considered deliveries, and robbing those people was as exciting as opening a present. At this moment, when Han Fei was about to pass Tu Feng suddenly cast out his fishing hook and tied up Han Fei's feet. Then, a short spear was darted close as fast as a shooting star. Tu Feng grinned. It only took him one attack to deal with a regular advanced dangling fisher. He didn't even need to continue his attack. However, while Tu Feng was smiling, he found that Han Fei stopped and looked at him with a vague smile. Huh? Why is he smiling? In the next second, he saw that a golden fist smashed on the short spear so powerfully that the seemingly unstoppable short spear was easily blown away. Not good. Tu Feng's first thought was that this man was only pretending to be weak. His second thought that the man was from the Thousand-Star City. In any case, since the man resisted his attack so casually, the man was definitely among the best experts of his level. He didn't know if the man was on the wanted list, but he did know that many people weren't on the wanted list not because they were weak, but because they always kept a low profile. Tu Feng's first reaction was to squeeze his flash stone. But the moment he took out his stone, a fishing hook appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it away. Before Tu Feng took out a second flash stone, he had seen dozens of fist auras being punched at him. Under the overwhelming fist auras, Tu Feng exclaimed in shock, "You're Han Fei?" Tu Feng thought of Han Fei. There were experts who were good at using fists in the level 3 fishery, but Chao Tian and Chenouchen were well acknowledged to be the best. Most people did not know them, because they weren't on the wanted list. Also, as the heavenly talents from the Thousand-Star City, nobody dared to hunt them. However, since Han Fei beat hanging fishers with his fists out of the steps into the sea, his skills at boxing had been well known. On the wanted list, there were no more than 5 people who were good with fists, and Han Fei was the best one. Remembering that Han Fei had a disguise technique, Tu Feng was shocked. "Brother Han, wait a second." Tu Feng broke the fist auras with his high-quality spiritual weapon in frustration. What frightened him was that each fist aura was as powerful as the other. He stepped hundreds of meters back while resisting them. Bam! When the last fist aura smashed him, Tu Feng suddenly had an outburst. He unleashed a watery blast with his rod and injected 1/3 of his spiritual energy into it. Boom! Tu Feng was flung away, leaving a trail of dozens of meters long on the ground. All the seaweed and coral on the way were crumbled. In the next second, Han Fei had already stuck the long saber he was holding to Tu Feng's neck. Han Fei said with a smile, "I didn't know until this day that the experts on the wanted list are actually rather weak even though they're troublemakers. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where Luo Xiaobai and her partners are." Tu Feng swallowed hard. He had been seriously struck. "I am weak? How can you say that I'm weak? I couldn't have resisted dozens of punches from you if I were weak, could I? If I were weak, I would have been killed after you punched me for the first time, alright?" But of course, Tu Feng dare not complain at all. He simply said carefully, "Brother Han, we finally meet. These 10 sea-swallowing seashells will be my reparation. I can help you find Luo Xiaobai and your other friends." As he talked, Tu Feng waved his hand, and 10 sea-swallowing seashells floated in the water. Han Fei also waved his hand and collected the 10 sea-swallowing seashells. Matter-of-factly. Without examining the sea-swallowing seashells, Han Fei asked with a smile, "You know where they are?" Tu Feng spoke telepathically and awkwardly, "I know the place where they'll have a big fight, but I don't know exactly where they are at this present moment." Han Fei grew impatient. "Go on." Looking at the knife in Han Fei's hand, Tu Feng said, "Brother Han, would you please sheath your weapon first? This is completely a misunderstanding. You're the last person that I would ever rob in the world." Han Fei slightly tilted his head. "Do I know you? Stop calling me Brother Han. You talk first." I'll consider if I'll let go of you when you're done, provided that you don't lie to me. Tu Feng slightly moved his neck and his body back, fearing that Han Fei would accidentally cut his head off. After all, he could sense that Han Fei was holding an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Han Fei didn't care too much about that. The man couldn't go anywhere with his hands raised anyway. You've come at a perfect time. Earlier today, Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared in the seaweed wall 5,000 kilometers from here. Han Fei immediately roared, think carefully before you say anything. You were ambushing the passers-by here, but you know what happened 5,000 kilometers away? Do you take me for a fool? Tu Feng said quickly, of course not. I wasn't ambushing in this place at the beginning. Back then, I was closer to the seaweed wall. But you know that the people on the wanted list like me can't reveal ourselves too often, and there were people everywhere near the seaweed wall. I was afraid that I would be discovered and attacked together, so I came here. Besides what? Tu Feng said with a smile, Luo Xiaobai isn't fighting Mo Qiansheng's team, but another group. You know that Zhang Liang, the 26th place, died, right? Many of his teammates were wounded too. I followed them here, but I had to quit pursuing them after I was found. Han Fei was quite chilled. He realized that Tu Feng didn't care who would win the battle, and that the man would only take advantage of the team that lost it. Han Fei thought for a moment and knew that he would probably make the same choice if he were in Tu Feng's shoes. What good stuff could be there in an ordinary person's sea swallowing seashell? Could they generously offer 10 sea swallowing seashells like Tu Feng did? But this was definitely not a good man. If Luo Xiaobai had failed the battle, he probably would have tailed her. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, where are they? Tu Feng pointed at Han Fei's back. Over there. You'll reach the sponge area if you go on 3,000 kilometers in that direction. Today, they fought from the sponge area to the seaweed wall. Han Fei subconsciously looked at that direction, but the moment he was distracted, Tu Feng suddenly exerted strength on his feet and leaped back, while he squeezed a flash stone. Han Fei reacted fast enough. He didn't intend to let go of Tu Feng at all, who was shrewd, strong, and definitely had more than 10 sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei's blood-drinking knife was instantly launched. It was so intimidating that even the seawater was cut open. It was too fast. Tu Feng was greatly appalled, as Han Fei was simply too strong and reacted too fast. He only sought a chance to squeeze his flash stone, but Han Fei caught that chance. Crack! When the brilliance of the knife burst out, Tu Feng protected himself with a turtle contractual spiritual beast, even though it was very valuable. Han Fei hadn't used the drawing technique for a long time, and his saber will had accumulated for a long time. Back then, even Gong Yuehan couldn't possibly resist 3 attacks from Han Fei, who was much weaker than right now. After one crack, the contractual spiritual beast was chopped apart by Han Fei. Almost at the same time, the flash stone was squeezed, and Tu Feng disappeared, leaving a broken arm behind. In Han Fei's perception, Tu Feng appeared 8 kilometers away and was running to the edge of the sea grassland at a high speed. Han Fei slightly frowned, as the man was surprisingly smart. He knew that Han Fei was going into the sea grassland to look for someone, so he ran out of the place the moment he fled. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Today is your lucky day. Han Fei wasn't sure if Tu Feng was speaking the truth, but he didn't really care. This was just the sea grassland, which was the first major treasure trove he explored after he came to the level 3 fishery. He had the best survival abilities in this place. Also, he didn't think that anyone could stop him. Except the squads whose members were all on the wanted list. Thinking about that, Han Fei swam to the direction where Tu Feng pointed earlier. What Han Fei didn't know was that the news of his arrival was spread out more than an hour after Tu Feng escaped. Knowing that it was impossible for him to avenge himself in his current state. Even though he hated Han Fei's guts, Tu Feng held his broken arm and declared brutally, "It's true that I can't kill you, but there are plenty of people on the dragon boats. If you linger on in the sea grassland, there's no way you can get away." While Tu Feng crazily disseminated the news of Han Fei's arrival, Han Fei ran into a 100-person team. Naturally, it was not a coincidence that Han Fei ran into the 100-person team. With his perception, he had detected those people from 10 kilometers away. However, Han Fei didn't dodge them at all. He even cancelled the 1,000 faces technique and restored his original look. At the same time, Han Fei summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and swam to those people on its back. For Han Fei at this moment, whether the enemy was a full-class squad, a 10-person group or a 100-person group, it made little difference. After he made it to Ren Tianfan's treasure trove against the sword torrents in the abyssal chasm, Han Fei had fully realized his capabilities. Han Fei was like a super boss to the other people in the fishery. "If you want to beat me, you'd better try to break my defense first." Besides, Han Fei didn't train himself so hard and strengthen himself through all kinds of opportunities just in order to keep a low profile. Therefore, he had planned for this encounter. This 100-person team seemed to have just left the sponge area. Some of them looked miserable and worn. They had obviously run into the star-chasing sponges. The moment they saw Han Fei, the 100-person team was in turmoil. Han Fei? My good God, are my eyes deceiving me? It's really Han Fei. That's his 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Sometimes you can find something you want when you stop searching for it. We didn't find Mo Qiansheng and Luo Xiaobai, but we've met Han Fei. Has he made it out of the abyssal chasm alive? Hiss. Everybody was excited and ready to take action. Since those people were bold enough to come after Mo Qiansheng and Luo Xiaobai, they naturally weren't weak. As far as Han Fei could see, there were more than 20 peak-level dangling fishers, and the rest were all advanced dangling fishers. If he had run into such a team earlier, he would have fled immediately. But at this moment, Han Fei was utterly fearless unless the team was exclusively made of peak-level dangling fishers. Before they took action, Han Fei had shouted first, "Hey, have you found Luo Xiaobai and her friends?" "Everyone?" someone said. "You're asking us?" Ha ha ha. Someone laughed. "Han Fei, you haven't realized the situation yet, have you?" Someone roared. Surround him and set up arrays. They saw that Han Fei was absolutely fearless. They could tell that Han Fei despised them, but they thought that it was because of Han Fei's arrogance. "Not in a hurry, Han Fei said with a smile. "Hey, there's still time for you to run. After all, it isn't easy to make a living in the level 3 fishery, but if we start to fight, don't tell me that I didn't give you a chance." Someone began to speculate after hearing that. Nobody was an idiot. Han Fei, who was 3rd place on the wanted list, certainly wasn't one either. If Han Fei wasn't an idiot, how confident must he be to speak to a 100-person team so cockily? A peak-level dangling fisher roared, "Don't be tricked by him. We'll attack with our best." Every person only has limited spiritual energy. None of our teammates here are weak. Why should we be scared of him when he's absolutely alone? Someone bellowed, Han Fei is definitely carrying valuable treasures. We'll split them up after we kill him. Very soon, the 100 people surrounded Han Fei. This was the first time Han Fei had seen an array set up by multiple spirit gatherers and manipulators. Immediately, Han Fei knew what the array was. If an array could be set up by multiple levels, the array was generally a low level. Why? It was not hard to imagine that, since this team was established only recently, the array they set up couldn't be an ultimate skill from a major sect, but one that they figured out recently. How powerful could it be? As a matter of fact, Han Fei had thought everything through before he took any action. But of course, while this array wasn't very powerful, a lot of people had been involved in it. Besides, the array was generally a mature one, so it was quite powerful for a regular person. Han Fei asked with a smile, "Are you afraid that I will escape with a flash stone?" The few leading peak-level dangling fishers sneered. "You seem to know what's going on." Not hasty at all, Han Fei looked at them with a big smile. "I won't kill all of you if we're really going to fight. I'll let you walk out of here." "Oh. Right, after you get away, don't forget to tell other people about me on the dragon boats. You don't need to come back for me. Just ask all the dragon boats to be prepared." Haha. Someone looked at Han Fei with a stunned look, wondering if he had brain injuries. Was he implying that he was going to the dragon boats for trouble? The array with a span of 1,000 meters was soon set up. The peak level dangling fishers took action. Everybody attached their naturally endowed spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts. The armorists led the charge. Each of the 20 armorists opened their armor boxes and unleashed more than 10 weapons. Some even launched dozens. But in Han Fei's eyes, these weapons were too weak. Han Fei didn't know if Chen had told other people that he had a set of ultra-quality spiritual weapons. He simply presumed that Chen did. After all, that secret would be exposed sooner or later. When he challenged 100 people last time, all the circumstances were in his favor, but this time, he had nothing but recklessness. Han Fei wondered if he could awe everybody and make them get out of his way in the future after his reckless fight today. He believed that nobody in the Level 3 fishery could possibly beat him unless hidden fishers showed up. If hidden fishers did emerge, he didn't think that Old Bai would do nothing about it. Even though Old Bai was a long distance away, he was sure that Old Bai had always been paying attention to this place. So, when overwhelming weapons came at him from various directions, Han Fei launched all his blue sea wandering dragon daggers. The million knife art was most destructive in a group battle. In particular, all of Han Fei's weapons were ultra-quality spiritual weapons, which were almost invincible against other weapons. Crack! 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 The 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers swirled dozens of meters around Han Fei at an astonishing speed. All the weapons that flew to him were cut apart in the blink of an eye. Even the high-quality spiritual weapons were crumbled when they were minced by multiple blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Pooh! 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 For a moment, all the armorists who attacked, including those who were peak level dangling fishers, were vomiting blood. Everybody was shocked. Someone roared, "Recall your weapons! Recall your weapons!" Han Fei had already attached little gold to him at this moment. He disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Someone bellowed, "Everybody, activate your secret techniques if you have any. Armorists, raise the shields." Han Fei chuckled and charged at the crowd. The seaweeds and vines that were flooding out were shattered into pieces the moment they showed up. When he was blocked by shields from all directions, fist auras burst out. Bam, bam, bam. Dum. 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of shields were all blown back. Someone was accidentally breached by the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and cut to pieces. Someone escaped as a plant, but the plant was minced to smithereens by the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Dozens of peak-level dangling fishers launched an attack together. Their magnificent energy pushed the seawater into a gigantic ball. However, all their energy was slashed into halves under Han Fei's knife. Han Fei's mocking voice echoed in everybody's head. "Is this your best? Peak level dangling fishers, are you still holding yourselves back? Do you really think you can get away? Majestic mystic spell." Han Fei's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he became much more intimidating than before. He could tell that energy was exploding violently in his body. Shwa. Like a phantom, Han Fei instantly appeared before a peak-level soul warrior and slashed his knife casually. The man had no time to counterattack at all, but could only dart out the hundreds of bone spurs of his contractual spiritual beast. Crack. 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 When the bone spurts were broken and the man died, Han Fei reached another side. None of the bone spurts even touched Han Fei. Thanks to the 2 months of 10-time gravity training, Han Fei's reaction speed had been increased to an unbelievable level. Bam, bam, bam. Under the fist marks, someone's chest collapsed, and someone's internal organs were ruined. H000. In the crowd, some of the peak-level dangling fishers seemed to have activated a certain secret technique and became even stronger than before. However, the golden fist aura penetrated the man's chest instantly. When the blue sea wandering dragon daggers rolled into the crowd, some people's battle suits were dismembered, and they were cut into pieces. Of course, faced by the dangling fishers, Han Fei was inevitably cut many times. He didn't want to be cut, but the attacks were too intense for him to dodge all of them. However, those people discovered, to their shock, that Han Fei was wearing an ultra-quality battle suit, which boasted amazing defense abilities. They couldn't hurt Han Fei at all with purely physical attacks. A peak-level soul warrior passed through the million knife art with his unusual archery technique and shot Han Fei's chest 13 times. However, he found that Han Fei didn't even step back. Han Fei even smiled at him. "You think I'll be scared of a few spiritual energy arrows when I can resist the sword torrents launched by a peak-level dangling fisher?" At this moment, Han Fei summoned the blue sea wandering dragon bow and fired an arrow, which roared through the water and pierced the man's battle suit in the blink of an eye. The man's face bled and his soul was crushed. He had died in 1 second run. There was no telling who roared that, but everybody was equally frightened. What kind of freak were they fighting? The attacks from the peak-level dangling fishers were absolutely useless against Han Fei. The million knife art launched with ultra-quality spiritual weapons couldn't be dealt with at all in the group fight. They were all rendered speechless. It was not like they could waste their mid-quality spiritual weapons on those ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Han Fei waved his hand and recalled all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. However, 30 people of the 100-person team had already died. The survivors were half lightly injured and half severely wounded. At this moment, they were all fleeing. Han Fei shouted, "Remember what I said. From today on, the level 3 fishery will be my home field." After they all escaped, Han Fei collected more than 30 sea swallowing seashells in total. Then he grinned for a while. The fight was actually quite painful for him, but the pain was gone very soon. "I hope that there won't be so many fools who come to challenge my limits anymore." Han Fei's eyes flashed, and Little White and Little Black came out. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp appeared too as his mount. "Little White, let's go. Lead the way." "Somewhere in the seaweed wall." Zhang Xuanyu said regretfully, "This is not working out. Too many people are coming. We need to find a way out. As long as we're outside, we can get rid of them easily with the wind god boat." Xiao Xiaochan glared at Zhang Xuanyu. "You shouldn't have come here when Han Fei returned. Why did you leave after you escorted the survivors out?" Zhang Xuanyu almost choked. "Aya, I've explained it to you a million times. I went back after I escorted them out, but I couldn't resist the sword torrents at all. Also, I bet that Han Fei certainly didn't enter the first treasure trove, which was so dangerous that I dare not even approach it." Xia Xiaochan smacked her lips. "What treasure trove can possibly be so dangerous?" Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. "I'll take you there if you don't believe me. Let's get out of here first." "Damn it. What's Mo Qiansheng's problem? Is the half-divine weapon so important?" Luo Xiaobai said gravely, "We need to adopt a different approach. This is already our 6th attempt today. We've consumed a lot of spiritual fruits and pills over the past half-month. We need another way." Lu Renquang said, with the fat on his face trembling. "Why don't I try my sky swallowing technique? We can swim upward while I make a way out for us." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "Don't. The sea grassland is a weird place. After you pass the seaweed wall, you will enter a different place if you go straight out. It won't be the level 3 fishery that we know of at all." Lu Renquang asked, "How do you know that?" Luo Xiaobai explained, "Nobody who has gone out in such a way has ever returned. We need to think of another way if we want to rescue Han Fei." Xia Xiaochan pouted out her cheeks. "The 1,000 faces technique doesn't work either. Now, whoever leaves the seaweed wall will be attacked. Also, those who attack us are all on the wanted list. How do they know where we are?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "Those who are on the wanted list all have their own tricks. I think they have ways to determine our precise location, or we wouldn't have been caught by them 6 times in a row." Zhang Xuanyu heaved a sigh. "I wonder what Han Fei is doing. I really shouldn't have helped escort those people out when I hardly knew them." Luo Xiaobai said coldly, "That was very necessary. You did them the greatest favor by saving their lives. Those who explore the abyssal chasm can't be simple. They are no fools and won't expose the secret that they made it out of the abyssal chasm alive, so they will definitely return the favor someday." "Well, some of them will." Zhang Xuanyu shot back, "I don't need them to return my favor." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "It's not just a random favor. Thousands of lives were at risk back then. Besides, they weren't our enemies. Would you rather have watched them starve?" Lu Renquang said, "Lack of food is really pitiful. I can accept dying in a battle or a treasure trove, but I can't accept dying of hunger. How miserable." Must it be if a cultivator starves? While everybody was resting and healing their wounds, the scenery around them suddenly changed, and all the seaweed turned into snakes. Everybody's face changed, and Zhang Xuanyu cursed aloud, "Damn it, again? Just give me a break." Luo Xiaobai said, "Lu Renquang, guard us with your shields. Xiaochan, please help Lu Renquang with the defense. Senior Hexagon Starfish, use your 6-gate array. Zhang Xuanyu, report their locations to Xiaochan. I'll get them." Rooted. Instantly, Xiaochan disappeared from the spot. Purple pillars of light arose along with the 6-gate array. The hexagon starfish clung to Luo Xiaobai while blinking its eyes. Zhang Xuanyu immediately said, "Mo Qiansheng is not around. Xiaochan, a hostile soul warrior is 800 meters to your left front. Lu Renquang, lock onto the armorist 600 meters behind you." Luo Xiaobai's pupils became purely white. As she raised her hands, the illusionary snakes slithered in all directions. At the same time, countless branches grew out of nowhere and darted in all directions. Boom! The shield behind Zhang Xuanyu was hit, and overwhelming spiritual energy burst out behind the shield. An array of daggers suddenly descended and surrounded all of them. Lu Renquang announced telepathically, "Mo Qiansheng, you son of a bitch, your dagger trap is just nothing in my eyes. Check my armor art out." Zhang Xuanyu said telepathically, "Xiaochan, 200 meters behind you. It's a hunter. Xiaobai, you and Lu Renquang take care of Mo Qiansheng. I'll help them." Tertiary body. Shua. Shua. Another 2 Zhang Xuanyu copies emerged. Lu Renquang cut the dagger trap open with an attack, and Zhang Xuanyu seized the opportunity and broke in. One of the 3 Zhang Xuanyu copies was reporting locations, one charged at the manipulator who was fighting Luo Xiaobai over a long distance, and the last one ran to Xiaochan. At this moment, Xiaochan was fighting 2 enemies on her own, because the hostile spirit gatherer must have been around. By the time Zhang Xuanyu arrived, Xiaochan had stabbed through the soul warrior again and again like a shadow. However, the soul warrior was still alive even though he was stabbed thousands of times, because he was actually made of sand. This soul warrior was evidently not as strong as Xiaochan, but she simply couldn't kill him, which was a bummer for Xiaochan. As for the hunter, he was resisting the shadowless blade. Seeing Zhang Xuanyu, Xiaochan said, "You take care of the soul warrior. I'll go slay the hunter." Xiaochan blinked and disappeared after she said that. The moment she disappeared, hundreds of fresh green vines extended from the void and gripped the soul warrior. The soul warrior, however, roared, "Luo Xiaobai, let's see how many people you can control at the same time." Hu! The roars of the giant arowana burst out, and the seawater was filled with the stench of blood. The hostile hunter turned into plumes of smoke and was fleeing. In terms of destructiveness, Xiaochan was the best on the battlefield. Even better than Mo Qiansheng. He would have been killed by Xiaochan if he hadn't used his torrent of shadow swords. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, "Not good, Xiaobai, another soul warrior is here. Lu Renquang, 500 meters to your side, use the sky swallowing technique." Lu Renquang suddenly opened his mouth, and a weird, super big hole appeared gulping in all the seaweed within 50 meters. However, while Lu Renquang swallowed the seaweed, the soul warrior threw out a handful of green poisons. Lu Renquang simply roared, "I can eat everything, including poison." The battle was quite intense. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan had heavily wounded that hunter, but she engaged another hunter. With the majestic mystic spell activated, she beat the two hunters without any trouble. They would have been killed already if one of them hadn't turned into smoke and the other one hadn't swapped with his shadow. The most pitiful one was the soul warrior who was made of sand. His body had exploded almost 10 times. Luo Xiaobai was controlling everyone on her own. Her vines weren't hard enough to tie those people up, but she had a myriad of vines. Some of them were poisonous, some were paralyzing, some were whipping, and some were swallowing. Spiritual energy. Creak. 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 When a weird noise echoed, Zhang Xuanyu, who was under Lu Renkuang's protection, suddenly looked above and stopped the creaking noises within. Invisible wave. That was Mo Qianshang's third contractual spiritual beast, and Mo Qianshang was the only person in the level 3 fishery who was known to have 3 contractual spiritual beasts. The name of the third contraction spiritual beast was unknown, but it was an insect which could let out disturbing noises. Once Lu Renkuang and Luo Xiaobai were affected, the situation would change. Of everybody here, Zhang Xuanyu was the only one who could ignore the insect with his surprisingly high soul power. At this moment, someone said, Luo Xiaobai, give me the thing, and I'll go away. Lu Renkuang cursed aloud, get lost, you son of bi****ch. Come and fight me if you've got balls. I'll cut you into pieces. Mo Qianshang sneered. You're stuck in this place. You don't have any spirit gatherers with you. How much longer can you subsist on your spiritual fruits? Half a month? You'll all die here if you don't compromise. Outside, Luo Xiaobai's spines slowed down. Zhang Xuanyu simply said, Xiaobai, don't listen to him. We can't get away. Even if we give it to him. There are blood enemies. They won't stop until we all die. Don't be distracted. Seeing that Luo Xiaobai was not deceived, Mo Qianshang tried to deceive the hexagon starfish. Senior hexagon starfish, if you cancel the array, I'll offer you 106 gate arrays that contain infinite treasures. The hexagon starfish snorted. You are a bad guy. I don't trust you. Right when everybody was fighting hard, an unexpected voice suddenly echoed. Hey, you're all here. What a lively place this is. Everybody including Zhang Xuanyu and his friends were slightly stiffened. Zhang Xuanyu roared angrily, son of a b****tch, I thought you died in there. Lu Renkuang shouted, oh. Han Fei, you made it out on your own. Xia Xiaochan said telepathically, hee, you'd better be ready to apologize. All the seaweed was on a rampage within thousands of meters. Because of the illusion, everybody saw that sea snakes were creeping excitedly. On the other hand, Mo Qianshang's team were all shocked. Mo Qianshang simply roared, everybody, retreat. Retreat? Han Fei sneered, let's see where you can retreat to. Han Fei roared at a low voice, keep them occupied. I'm coming. The soul warrior who was attracted to Lu Renkuang felt that his heart was trembling and his hair was bristling. Unfortunately, he had been fully tied up by the infinite seaweed and Lu Renkuang's sky-swallowing technique, which made it impossible for him to exert any strength. He couldn't take any action. His first reaction was to escape. He already took out a flash stone, but he felt his hand was painful in the next second. He lowered his head, only to see that his hand was gone. Yes, his whole hand was gone, as if it had been bitten off by something. But his lost hand was the least of his problems for now. When he looked back, he saw an enormous fist aura dozens of meters away. The first aura was dark red and brutally magnificently. It was fast, approaching with turbulence. Ho 00000. Explode. 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 The soul warrior couldn't be more appalled by the powerful fist aura. Knowing that he could resist it, he launched 3 high-quality spiritual weapons at the first mark and detonated them. At the same time, a crab and a giant squid protected in front of him. At this moment, he was planning to sacrifice his 2 contractual spiritual beasts to save his life. Under normal circumstances, the man could have resisted Han Fei's sacrificing punch by doing so. However, now that Han Fei was enhanced by the majestic mystic spell, his punch was much more powerful than that of any dangling fisher. The 3 exploding spiritual weapons did not weaken the fist aura at all. The shell of the crab that was in the front was crushed instantly, and the giant squid was simply dismembered by the power of the punch. The soul warrior was desperate at this moment. He felt that his enemy was invincible, and he regretted that he accepted Mo Qiansheng's request. I don't want to die yet. Boom. Instantly, the soul warrior was crushed to smithereens by the fist mark. But the sacrificing punch wasn't over yet. Instead, like a beam of light, it soared up to the surface of the ocean, shattering all the seaweed on its way, causing a hole in the seaweed wall. The dagger trap that had been confining Lu Renquang and the others was destroyed. Voodoo. Damn. Lu Renquang swallowed, and his eyes almost bulged out. Wasn't this attack too powerful and unstoppable? That was a real genius soul warrior on the wanted list, but he had been blown up by one punch. Zhang Xuanyu was instantly dumbfounded. Who could have possibly resisted that? What had this jerk acquired from the abyssal chasm? Weird brilliance beamed out of Xia Xiachuan's eyes. Wow. That's awesome. When Han Fei launched the punch, the enemy's manipulator was the first to run. She had to run. Even the soul warrior had been blown up by one punch. She would definitely be killed easily here as a manipulator. Then, the enemy's spirit gatherer left too, as it was impossible to fight the battle anymore after Han Fei killed someone the moment he showed up. Mo Qiansheng was greatly shocked and instantly squeezed his flash stone. His team was equal to Luo Xiaobai's team. He had called another 2 helpers here in order to consume Luo Xiaobai's resources. But he didn't foresee that Han Fei would join the battle in such a way. Didn't they say that this guy never came out after entering the abyssal chasm? After Mo Qiansheng ran away, only the hunter who could turn into smoke managed to escape. The last 2 people left behind were the soul warrior who would turn into sand, and the hunter who could swap with his shadow. They too wanted to run, but the hunter was under Xia Xiachuan's attack and had no chance to use his flash stone he took out. As for the soul warrior who turned into sand, he seemed indestructible, but he wasn't really so. At this moment, all 3 Zhang Xuanyu copies were attacking him simultaneously, and Luo Xiaobai's vines had already tied him up. After drinking a few mouthfuls of the candle dragon blood, Han Fei charged at them. Seeing that Han Fei was coming, Zhang Xuanyu asked, "What do we do with the sand?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Since he can turn into sand, we'll crush every grain of the sand and separate them." This time, Han Fei used the art of invincibility instead of the sacrificing punch. Punching out 100 golden fist auras, he blew up all the grains of sand that made up the soul warrior together with Zhang Xuanyu. Then, Han Fei grabbed a handful of sand and squashed it crazily. The golden sand soon became red. A voice came from the void. Don't kill me. I can take you to Imo Qianshang. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, you're begging for mercy now? Let me tell you, you won't get any. During the battle, Imo Qianshang was undoubtedly the trickiest enemy to deal with. This soul warrior ranked second, and the hunter who could turn into smoke came after that. Han Fei grinned. I can find him out on my own. I don't need you. In no more than 100 seconds, the man was crumbled alive. It was true that he could turn into sand, but he wasn't really undying even though he had unusual talents. Then, Han Fei did not need to take action again. Having been chased by Imo Qianshang's team for a long time, Zhang Xuanyu and the others seized the rare opportunity of counterattack and attacked the hunter together. Knowing that it was impossible to escape or beg for mercy, the hunter detonated himself. Lu Renquang had foreseen that he would kill himself. At the moment of the explosion, he summoned multiple shields, and everybody was barely scratched under the explosion. Exhilarating. Zhang Xuanyu roared and gave Han Fei a bear hug. US*goal, did you go into the abyssal chasm against the sword currents? Han Fei asked in surprise, huh? How do you know that? Zhang Xuanyu said gloomily, how would I not know that? When I came back for you, I thought you went into the first treasure trove. I dared not to enter it, but I couldn't resist the sword torrents behind it. Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu's shoulder and said, good thing that you didn't enter it. I was too scared to enter the first treasure trove too. Clink. Feeling the sting on his waist, Han Fei was quite lost for words. Xia. Xiaochan, would you stop stabbing me every time we meet? That's really a bad habit. Xia Xiaochan said grimly, explain to me. Why didn't you come for me at the edge of the steps into the sea, but instead you went to the abyssal chasm? Han Fei shrugged. I think you should understand me. I went for Zhang Xuanyu and to explore the treasure trove, and you had to stay outside to keep an eye on Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai. We had to split up, didn't we? Xia Xiaochan snorted. You didn't tell me that. I heard it from other people after you entered the abyssal chasm. Han Fei said with a smile, but I'm already back, am I not? Lu Renquang, on the other hand, jumped at him. Han Fei, I've really suffered. Han Fei was rendered speechless. How exactly did you suffer? I see that you can eat everything right now. You think that's suffering? Speaking of which, it's really a disgusting technique. Lu Renquang begged, I want to have hot pot. My sea-swallowing seashell exploded. All the seasonings in it were gone. You have no idea how miserable I have been since then. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Sea-swallowing seashells can explode? Lu Renquang snorted. Let's get out of here already. Luo Xiaobai and Han Fei said at the same time, we can't yet. Luo Xiaobai smiled at Han Fei. Welcome back. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do you have to be so courteous? Just drop the manners. Luo Xiaobai looked at Xia Xiaochan weirdly and then back at Han Fei. Do you want me to hug you too? Han Fei was briefly stunned. Sensing that the dagger that was stuck to his waist was pressing forward, he said quickly with a smile, I was just kidding. As he talked, Han Fei grew solemn. Multiple dragon boats came from outside and surrounded the seaweed wall. There are spies everywhere. Also, what happened between you and Imo Qianshang? Luo Xiaobai's face slightly turned cold. It's a long story. Let's finish them first and then go out. In the seagrass wall, the hexagon starfish lay listlessly on a piece of seaweed. The hexagon starfish almost burst into tears. As soon as Han Fei came back, he took the space inside his doors as a restaurant. At this moment, 5 people were surrounding a cauldron in which there were yellow-blooded sea cucumbers and a pile of white crab meat. Lu Renquang simply couldn't stop eating. In the end, because the energy contained in yellow-blooded sea cucumbers was too much, they became full after finishing more than half of the food, and only then did they begin to talk about their experiences. Lu Renquang said, Han Fei, I'm not bragging to you. As soon as I was teleported in, I encountered a vortex in the sea. Then, I got sucked in with my boat. Do you know what it was? A secret realm. I was directly teleported into a secret realm. He said this while foaming at the mouth, and the others listened with relish. He did meet an old turtle that had been buried under the sea for a long time. When Lu Renquang was teleported to the level 3 fishery, he happened to encounter this old turtle having a meal. This turtle could even create a huge vortex on the surface of the sea when it was having a meal, swallowing countless tons of creatures. Lu Renquang was almost swallowed by this turtle. In his words, the turtle was too big. In terms of size, it was even much larger than the rock-holding turtle. Therefore, the turtle didn't eat Lu Renquang in the end because he was too small for it. Lu Renquang went on volubly, I am diligent and capable. I helped it brush its teeth and clean its shell. Finally, it was deeply moved by me. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Come on, come off it. Lu Renquang chuckled. So, I made it a hot pot. Do you know how excited the big turtle was when it saw the hot pot? Xiao Xiaochan said curiously, that's different from what you said last time. Lu Renquang grinned. Don't interrupt me. I cooked the big turtle hot pot for 2 months. And then it was finally moved by me. Han Fei asked, so, you used delicious food to cheat it into giving you the sky swallowing technique? Lu Renquang said crossly, cheat? No, it was moved by me. And the requirements for practicing this technique are very strict. First of all, you must be a big eater to get the essence of this technique. Secondly, if you want to practice this technique, you have to learn the secret technique for turtles, so as to digest food quickly and hide it in the spiritual sea. Spiritual sea, do you know where it is? I haven't found it yet. Han Fei suddenly interrupted, wait, do you mean that what you eat is not transformed into energy or spiritual energy, but is hidden in this spiritual sea? Lu Renquang said innocently, yes. Han Fei continued, then can you transform that stored energy and spiritual energy into your own use? Lu Renquang scratched his head. It seems that I can't for the time being. I have to find where my spiritual sea is first. Han Fei's face was black. He really wanted to kick the fatty to death. Spiritual sea? The spiritual sea is full of spiritual beasts. The food you swallowed will only feed the spiritual beasts in the spiritual sea. Han Fei was speechless. He almost believed what Lu Renquang said. If he hadn't been to the spiritual sea, he would have been fooled by this fatty. Han Fei asked, then how do you find the spiritual sea? Lu Renquang scratched his head. I don't know. The big turtle said it was very simple. I just needed to close my eyes and fall asleep and then I could go there. But I tried many times and still couldn't get there. However, Lu Renkuang wasn't quite frustrated and went on cheerfully, the big turtle was so touched by me that it gave me one of its eggs. It took me 3 full months to hatch a little turtle. Han Fei interrupted him again, you hatched it? Lu Renkuang paused and continued, well, I waited for 3 months and it came out of the egg itself, and then I signed an equality contract with it. Do you know that this big turtle is actually called Deep Blue Roar, born with the sea swallowing secret technique? In the level 3 fishery, it is almost barely seen because it's a legendary. Han Fei sneered. Okay, come off it. Who knows if what you said is true? Maybe you gave it the name sea swallowing technique yourself. Lu Renkuang blushed. I didn't give it the name. Xia Xiaochan added, then what was its previous name? Lu Renkuang shivered and said, just sea swallowing technique. Xia Xiaochan scoffed. But you said the Deep Blue Roar only knew about swallowing food. Maybe it had never even seen the sky. You're bragging. Lu Renkuang was speechless. Seeing that nobody believed him, like a deflated ball, he said, okay. I admit that I modified it a bit. But the name turtle swallowing technique sounds stupid, doesn't it? The sky swallowing technique matches this powerful technique better. Haha. Everyone rolled their eyes, even including Luo Xiaobai, who was always quiet. They were almost fooled by this guy. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, you were so lucky to get this technique. Why? Are you picky about its name? You were much luckier than me. I was caught into the flowstone pit as soon as we parted. If it weren't for Han Fei, you might never have seen me again. Han Fei was quite interested in Zhang Xuanyu's tertiary body, and couldn't help but ask, I had wanted to ask you last time, how did your tertiary body come about? Zhang Xuanyu said, in fact, the flowstone pit was very dangerous, in which an old monster lived and occupied an abandoned tunnel. Generally, no one dared to enter this tunnel, because it was said that nobody could get out of it alive. I was only a junior dangling fisher back then and almost tortured to death by the guys who occupied the flowstone pit. So I wanted to escape and hid near the entrance of the tunnel, only to be caught in by that old monster. Then he took me as his disciple and taught me the tertiary body. Zhang Xuanyu was obviously unwilling to give too many details. This was his opportunity and it might also involve some secrets, so Han Fei did not ask much. However, this tertiary body was really strong. 3 Zhang Xuanyu copies with the same strength fighting at the same time. Ordinary combat skills were definitely no match for it. Even a heaven-level divine quality combat skill might not be able to achieve this effect. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Luo Xiaobai and said, compared with our experience, Xiaobai's story is like a mystery. Han Fei curiously asked, by the way, how did you meet Mo Qiansheng? Also, what did you find, Xiaobai? How did you attract so many dragon boats to come? Luo Xiaobai said lightly, actually, I was also there when you were on the sea. Grassland. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Were you there too? Where were you? Did you go to the central area? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. I didn't go to the central area. I was in the wormfish abyss. Puff. Han Fei said incredulously, were you also in the wormfish abyss? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. We literally brushed past each other. The most suitable place for me in the level 3 fishery is actually the sea. Grassland, so my first goal was there. Because I could perceive spiritual plants, I had been exploring the secret realms there. The secrets outside the seagrass city wall had been mostly explored, so I had been inside the seagrass city wall. Hanfei suddenly asked, "Did you encounter a big octopus?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Do you mean the divine seaweed octopus?" "I caught one as my contractual spiritual beast and then killed 7 or 8 others." Hanfei was speechless. Killed 7 or 8 of the divine seaweed octopus. That made others tremble with fear? And also caught one as her contractual spiritual beast? Luo Xiaobai explained, "I could blend into spiritual plants, so the divine seaweed octopus couldn't kill me at all. The seagrass city wall is its domain. And also mine." Hanfei nodded. "And then? Why did you go to the wormfish abyss?" Luo Xiaobai glanced at Hanfei. There were as many as 30 secret realms under the seagrass city wall. "I guess you didn't know that, right?" "I thought the central area was too dangerous and my strength was too weak, so I shouldn't go there until I was strong enough. However, there was a riot in the central area, so the secret realm I was in collapsed. Then I was dragged to the central area by unknown forces. Because of this, I was forced out of the seagrass city wall. However, when I was crossing the wormfish abyss, the lotus fish was shaken to death by a strange energy. So, I fell into the worm fish abyss." "Oh." Hanfei was astonished. "Did a worm tide break out when you went to the central area?" Luo Xiaobai took a deep look at Hanfei. "Thanks to you, it was the worm tide you caused." Hanfei was embarrassed for a while and then asked, "What happened later?" "How did you survive in the wormfish abyss?" Luo Xiaobai smiled. "Do you forget that I can blend into plants?" Hanfei paused. He didn't remember there were any plants in the wormfish abyss. Suddenly, Hanfei took a breath and said, "I guess you blend into the lotus of the lotus fish?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Yes. Actually, the horrible atmosphere in the wormfish abyss was just a disguise. In the deepest part of the wormfish abyss, there was an ancient garden full of all kinds of spiritual plants and fruits. So, I cultivated there." Hanfei was dumbfounded. "There was a garden below it?" Luo Xiaobai said, "There was a seal below, and the creatures in the garden were quite special, with strong territorial awareness and combat power. I left there a few months ago when I met Mo Qiansheng." According to Luo Xiaobai, at the bottom of the wormfish abyss, there were not only many rare spiritual plants and spiritual fruits, but also a strange seed contained in a strange box. Luo Xiaobai failed to get it because she had to win the guardian spiritual plant to get the box. Just when Luo Xiaobai spent a lot of time and effort to win the guardian spiritual plant, Mo Qiansheng, this despicable B***starred, appeared. Fortunately, Luo Xiaobai controlled the guardian spiritual plant to get the seed. However, the box was snatched by Mo Qiansheng. Mo Qiansheng was beaten by the guardian spiritual plant, so he escaped the wormfish abyss with the box. Luo Xiaobai found that the box seemed to have some special connection with the seed, so she also walked out of the abyss. Then the two began to fight. In a place like the seagrass city wall, although Mo Qiansheng was much stronger than Luo Xiaobai, he still couldn't catch her. And Luo Xiaobai was not strong enough to kill Mo Qiansheng, so the two would fight almost every day until Zhang Xuanyu and the others arrived. Mo Qiansheng couldn't beat Luo Xiaobai and was unwilling to let her run away. So he publicized that Luo Xiaobai had obtained a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. At first, no one knew what that was. In the level 3 fishery, most people hadn't even seen an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. They might yearn for a divine weapon, but when you talked about sea-quelling bizarre treasure, they wouldn't know what you were talking about. But many people on the wanted list were attracted by it. Many people had even come to the sea grassland all the way from the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei came in from another direction, so he didn't meet them. Hearing that, Han Fei couldn't help thinking, what would happen if they knew that the embroidery needle in my hand was a real, sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Han Fei said, but is that seed really a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. It's definitely not, but not worse than a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. I don't know what it is. I may need to find the box first. Han Fei said immediately, then let's get out quickly. Mo Qiansheng, right? He has rubbed me the wrong way for a long time. Let's take this chance to get rid of him. Xia Xiaochan was surprised. You haven't seen him before. How did he rub you the wrong way? Han Fei snorted. He ranks first and I only rank third. So I don't like him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Do you think it's a good thing to be on the wanted list? Others on the wanted list tried their best to get delisted, but you wanted to rank first? Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, now that you are back, Mo Qiansheng will definitely not come again. Han Fei said, then let's take the initiative to find him. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, but that guy seems to be able to catch up with us, no matter what. Even Master Hexagon seems to have been locked by him. Otherwise, we would have rushed out earlier. Luo Xiaobai said, it may be related to the box. There seems to be a connection between the box and the seed. That's why he can always find us. Lu Renquang spat out bubbles and said, no wonder. That's why we are hiding in the door of Master Hexagon, right? In this way, he can no longer find us. Han Fei frowned slightly. So, if we go to him, will he find it in advance? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Zhang Xuanyu asked, what should we do then? How can we get the box back? Han Fei suddenly smiled. Since he can only sense the seed, we can leave Xiaobai here and go out to kill him and take the box back, okay? Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. Yes, good idea. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang looked at each other. Yes. We didn't take the initiative to go to him because firstly, we couldn't find him, and secondly, Mo Qiansheng had allies. Even if we could find him, we wouldn't have been able to kill him. But now, the situation was different. Han Fei had come and they wouldn't need to rescue him. They were quite relieved. Besides, Han Fei had Little White, who could find anyone. Most importantly, Han Fei was very strong. Judging from the punch he just launched, his combat power had improved a lot again. Immediately, Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay. Zhang Xuanyu clenched his fists. Humph. Great. That damn B***** besieged us over and over again. Does he really think he can really bully us at will? They weren't quite worried about Luo Xiaobai's safety. In the Seagrass City wall, let alone Mo Qiansheng, even a hanging fisher might not be able to catch Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei immediately took the hexagon starfish from Lu Renquang's body and put it on his shoulder. Master Hexagon, I'll count on you later. The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. When he was with Lu Renquang and the others, he felt really at ease. He especially liked Lu Renquang, who always called him senior, and every time he ate something, he would feed him first. Unfortunately, Han Fei had come back and he caught him back as if he was a small fish. The hexagon starfish warned, that guy looked fierce. Han Fei said ferociously, I am fiercer than him. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, little black and little white appeared. Han Fei was surprised to find that these two little things had upgraded and now they were level 31. Han Fei exclaimed, they upgrade so slowly. He hoped he could go to the soul sea again. If these two little things were still at level 31 when he had become a hanging fisher, there would be a gap of a complete realm between them. Let's go. At this time, within the Seagrass City wall, about 600 kilometers away from them, a group of people were gathering, each with a solemn expression. A female manipulator said, Lu Hong and Wu Qian shouldn't be able to come back. But how did Han Fei suddenly appear? A male spirit gatherer was holding a bow in his hand. Anyway, I'll quit this hunt. I am not surprised that Han Fei can come back. Don't forget, Zhang Xuanyu came back from the abyssal chasm. So why can't Han Fei? As for why Han Fei could come here quietly, the reason is simple, he can change his appearance. At this moment, a hunter who was sitting cross-legged and recovering suddenly opened his eyes. I quit too. You can feel the power of the punch Han Fei hit just now, which is simply unstoppable. Mo Qiansheng, you can't even stop the lingering power of that punch. How can you possibly beat him? Mo Qiansheng's face was cold. Don't forget, not just us, but the two teams outside also want a share. Since they want the benefit, they must join in the hunt too. Let's try once more. No matter how strong Han Fei is, I don't believe he can launch attacks as powerful as the one just now many times. This time, let's gang up on him. The hunter sneered. Can you afford the price? They are not fools. They agree to cooperate with you for nothing but the benefits you promised. Now Han Fei is back. I had thought that he was weaker than you. But now it seems that you are no match for him at all. If you want to fight Han Fei, many people will die. Who can afford this price? A murderous gleam flickered across Mo Qiansheng's eyes. I'll give each of you an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, as long as we can catch Luo Xiaobai. No. As long as we can catch any one of them, all my money and treasures will be yours. Hearing his words, everyone was taken aback. The manipulator said, 3 ultra-quality spirit weapons. The hunter was silent for a while. I want your spine shadow sword stream, and on top of that, give me an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. The spirit gatherer frowned. I want your dagger trap, plus an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Mo Qiansheng squinted his eyes. Okay. Then Mo Qiansheng threw out 3 ultra-quality spiritual weapons. He was deeply aware that the seed would bring a great opportunity, which was not comparable to any ultra-quality spiritual weapon. As long as he could get the seed, he could pay any price. The hunter nodded. We've got to be quick. Han Fei is back. They will definitely break out of the encirclement in the first place. We'll only have this chance. Now, we have to contact the other teams quickly. Mo Qiansheng suddenly wondered, It seems they've stayed where they are. They haven't moved? Perhaps they are recovering. After all, we had all consumed a lot in the combat just now. When Mo Qiansheng and the others were about to find other allies, Han Fei stuffed the hexagon starfish into Little Black's mouth. The hexagon starfish immediately cried, "I want to come out. Your spiritual beast is grinding me with its teeth." Han Fei said to Little Black in his heart, "Little Black, you can't eat him. He is on our side." Little Black rubbed against Han Fei. Han Fei said to the hexagon starfish, "Don't yell. If you expose Little Black, I will pat you to death." Behind him, Zhang Xuanyu asked in amazement, "Where is Master Hexagon? How is he gone?" Lu Renquang also suddenly realized the starfish was gone and turned his eyes to Han Fei. "Oh, no, Master Hexagon ran away." Only Xiao Shaochan looked puzzled, but did not speak. Han Fei said, "Don't yell. Those guys are only 10 kilometers away and have manipulators among them. If we get too close, they will find us. So I'll have Master Hexagon go over and set up a 6-gate array first." Han Fei grinned. "Now, the hunt has begun." The manipulator next to Mo Qiansheng said, "For some reason, I have a bad feeling. Have you found anything wrong?" Everyone shook their heads. The manipulator suddenly threw the ultra-quality spiritual weapon she had just obtained to Mo Qiansheng. "It upsets me. I don't feel right. I quit this hunt." Mo Qiansheng shouted in a low voice, "Yang Ninger, do you want to go now?" The manipulator called Yang Ninger smiled coldly. "Why, you want to keep me? Although I don't have the weird means of Luo Xiaobai, you can't keep me." With that, Yang Ninger crushed a flash stone and disappeared in place. It wasn't until she appeared dozens of kilometers away that the feeling of restlessness disappeared. Are Mo Qiansheng and the others ambushed? This was Yang Ninger's first thought after she quit. She had always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't find out what was wrong. At this moment, when she was safe, she suddenly realized. Just now, there seemed to be abnormal fluctuations in the seaweed. Just after Yang Ninger left, the expressions of the hunter and the spirit gatherer beside Mo Qiansheng changed slightly. They didn't know why Yang Ninger repented the next second after she agreed. Because of her, they also had a bad feeling. At this time, a purple light suddenly rose and their faces all changed drastically. The hunter reacted the fastest. Instead of crushing a flash stone, he turned into a wisp of smoke. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than the speed of light? The moment the purple light rose, the 3 people were enveloped. "Damn it, Mo Qiansheng, you be **starred, didn't you say they weren't moving?" The spirit gatherer was terrified. At this moment, he was shaking. Because he knew that if Han Fei and the others had come, with the strength of the 3 of them now, they could not resist them. Mo Qiansheng was the strongest and the hunter's wa and had the fastest speed. As for him, although he was also a soul warrior, he was not as strong as Mo Qiansheng in terms of combat power and Zwen in terms of speed. Therefore, the first person to die would be him. Mo Qiansheng shouted loudly, "Use your secret methods. We can't be trapped here." As he shouted, a bone knife appeared beside Mo Qiansheng. At the moment this knife appeared, all the seaweed in the array turned to powder. When Mo Qiansheng held the bone knife with one hand, his eyes turned red. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. God smashing slash. The seawater was twisting, and hundreds of black balls appeared in the 6-gate array. Bone knives emerged from the black balls one after another, hacking at the purple light. Bam, bam, bam. The bone knives exploded, and after only 1 or 2 minutes, the 6-gate array was dimmed. The hexagon starfish hurriedly said to Han Fei via voice transmission, hurry up, this human being is too strong. I can't trap him. The hunter's one stuffed a spiritual fruit in his mouth, concentrated all the spiritual energy in his body on his dagger, and madly pierced to a point on the 6-gate array. That spirit gatherer was frantically sending spiritual energy into the bodies of the two people. He knew that with his strength, it was impossible for him to shake the 6-gate array. So, he placed all his hope on Mo Qiansheng and Zwen. Han Fei's speed was reaching its extreme. He never expected that these people would be so tough. Although Wang Zetian had used his strongest move, he still had to cut open the 6-gate array with 3 slashes. But the Mo Qiansheng trio almost broke the 6-gate array after only 1 attack. He immediately activated the majestic mystic spell and had little gold attached to him, and his speed had reached the extreme. Han Fei said to the others, I'll go first. You guys, be quick. With Han Fei's speed, he could appear 10,000 meters away in 2 minutes. But sometimes, even the blink of an eye could determine the outcome of a battle. The 6-gate array was getting dimmer and dimmer. The bone knives were simply too strong. It must have been Mo Qiansheng's strongest secret method. Seeing that the 6-gate array was about to disappear, and the hexagon starfish was still urging him to take action, Han Fei really regretted not studying the speed array well before. Otherwise, his speed could be faster. Now. Bam. When Mo Qiansheng vomited 8 mouthfuls of blood in a row, the 6-gate array was finally broken and Mo Qiansheng's face was pale. At this moment, Han Fei was only 100 meters away, and Mo Qiansheng had already taken out a flash stone. Just at the moment when Mo Qiansheng was about to crush the flash stone, his hand suddenly ached and the flash stone was snatched away. Damn it! 1,000 bone knife hell. After the flash stone was suddenly taken away by something, Mo Qiansheng knew that he had no chance to take out another flash stone. So the next moment, on his either side, 2 rows of white bone knives were erected tens of meters high, forming a road composed of white skeletons. The hunters Wen and the spirit gatherer Wu Yong escaped as soon as they could. Fortunately, Han Fei's goal was not them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape. At this moment, Han Fei's fist mark had blasted out, and the murderous dark red fist mark was blasting toward the so-called knife hell. In a twinkling, Han Fei rushed into the knife hell. The huge bone knives on both sides were like 2 rows of guillotines. When Han Fei came in, they cut down one after another. Each blow equaled a strike of a peak-level dangling fissure. Bam! 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 Like a meteorite falling from the sky, wherever the fist mark passed, the bone knives were broken. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter-long knife hell had been blasted through by Han Fei. Blood oozed from Mo Qiansheng's eyes, nose, and mouth, and he gave a grim smile. Han Fei, you can't kill me. As he spoke, he had held the second flash stone in his hand. This time, he activated a spiritual energy protective cover on his body to prevent being attacked by the thing in the dark. Little Black, grab his sea-swallowing seashell. Mo Qiansheng's reaction was very quick. No matter how strong Han Fei was, it would take him some time to smash the knife hell. And the time would be enough for him to escape. However, at the moment he disappeared, his spiritual energy protective cover was shattered, his chest seemed to be torn, and a large piece of flesh was torn off by something. The 100-meter-long road paved with thousands of bone knives had been completely blown up by Han Fei. After Han Fei stopped, he quickly swallowed a few mouthfuls of candle dragon blood. When the violent energy raged in his body, he continued to chase Mo Qiansheng. Han Fei glanced at the sea-swallowing shell that Little Black had just snatched, and found that the box was not in it. Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan, who had already caught up. I know where he is. Let me get him. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White were put away by Han Fei. And Han Fei had perceived where Mo Qiansheng was. He's 3,000 meters away. Okay. Without saying anything, Xia Xiaochan grabbed the hexagon starfish and chased Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan's speed was only slightly slower than Han Fei's. After all, her roaming technique was better than Han Fei's shadow swimming art. Besides, hunters were fast and she had also activated the majestic mystic spell. The only thing Xia Xiaochan lacked was a speed-type contractual spiritual beast. Otherwise, she would be much faster than Han Fei. Behind them, Lu Renkuang shouted, "Oh, no! They are so fast, aren't they?" Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Lu Renkuang and said, "Go back to Xiaobai. You are too slow. I'm going to speed up." Zhang Xuanyu's contractual spiritual beast, Gold Water Silkworm, had no combat power, but its only advantage was its speed. So, soon, Zhang Xuanyu also disappeared from the vision of Lu Renkuang. Lu Renkuang looked blankly at the seaweed around. They are too much. They looked down upon me, didn't they? At this moment, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were already beyond his perception. Lu Renkuang only paused for a while, and Zhang Xuanyu was beyond his range of perception too. Lu Renkuang was completely at a loss at how to continue the chase. So, he could only go back to Luo Xiaobai. He had no choice. He didn't know where to go. After Mo Qiansheng crushed the flash stone, he knew that something was wrong. He quickly touched his chest that was drenched in blood, and his clothes were torn. And his sea-swallowing seashell was gone. Mo Qiansheng was dumbfounded. He didn't intend to fight Han Fei head-on at all, so he didn't wear a battle suit. But who the hell would have thought that Han Fei had a contractual spiritual beast that could be invisible? Mo Qiansheng was so distressed. There were many treasures in his swallowing seashell. He couldn't believe it was stolen by a contractual spiritual beast. Without his sea-swallowing seashell, he lost all his flash stones, spiritual fruits, and pills. Mo Qiansheng's face changed drastically. Although it was only 100 kilometers away from the periphery of the seagrass city wall, who knew if Han Fei would catch up with him? After all, he didn't know how Han Fei found them just now. With a gloomy face, Mo Qiansheng was swimming out quickly. He was no match for Han Fei. He had to find another way to get that seed. However, only less than half an hour did he find that Han Fei appeared in the range of his perception. Mo Qiansheng was shocked. How is that possible? In Mo Qiansheng's view, this didn't make sense. He could find Luo Xiaobai at any time because of the connection between the box and the seed. But how could Han Fei find him? Was it because the seed could also sense the box? But even if Luo Xiaobai gave the seed to Han Fei, he shouldn't be able to catch up with him so quickly. Mo Qiansheng panicked. Han Fei's speed was extremely fast and he was gradually getting closer and closer to him. Without the resources in the sea-swallowing seashell, Mo Qiansheng could only lead Han Fei to the others who were waiting outside. In fact, what Mo Qiansheng didn't know was that Han Fei's chasing speed was actually not fast. It seemed that the distance between him and Mo Qiansheng was only 2,000 meters. But actually, he was deliberately keeping this distance from Mo Qiansheng, instead of catching up with him. When he was 2,000 meters away from Mo Qiansheng, Han Fei found that Mo Qiansheng's body was brimming with spiritual energy, and it seemed that there was not only spiritual energy, but also burning blood qi. Oh, it turns out that your perception range is only 2,000 meters. How can you be at the top of the wanted list? Han Fei was not in a hurry. When Mo Qiansheng was burning his blood qi, Han Fei slowed down a bit, stretching the distance so that Mo Qiansheng couldn't perceive him. Xia Xiaochan had already caught up and appeared next to Han Fei. How come you slowed down? Han Fei smiled and said, wait a minute. Every time you rush out, there are people outside to besiege you, right? If so, let's kill those people as well. Xia Xiaochan said in surprise, do you perceive Mo Qiansheng? Han Fei nodded. He's about 2,300 meters away from us. Xia Xiaochan was chagrined. Her range of perception was far smaller than Han Fei's. Xia Xiaochan muttered, when I get out of here, I'm going to grab some soul crystals. Han Fei smiled. No problem. However, my first goal will not be soul crystals, but the dragon boats. I'm gonna loot them. Puff. Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes. Loot the dragon boats? A cold smile appeared on Han Fei's face. An eye for an eye. If the hidden fisher doesn't show up, we can loot the dragon boats. Xia Xiaochan was slightly excited. Okay. There should be a lot of good stuff. On hanging fishers. The hanging fishers on the dragon boats had no idea that, for the first time, someone in the level 3 fishery was planning to rob them. And he did mean it. Soon. Mo Qiansheng's speed nearly doubled as he was burning his blood qi, and he thought that he had already thrown away Han Fei. Boom. Mo Qiansheng rushed out of the seagrass city wall. At the moment he rushed out, 5 people had already jumped out from different corners. A man with dozens of scars on his face sneered. Mo Qiansheng, why are you alone? Where are Lu Hong and Zhuan? Mo Qiansheng didn't intend to tell them what happened, so he just said, we won. Xia Xiaochan and Zhang Xuanyu ran away. They are chasing them and I need your help. Mo Qiansheng was wearing a battle suit, pretending to be calm and indifferent. However, he was waiting. The 5 people gathered around. You won? So, you've got what you want? Then, shouldn't you give us what you promised? The corners of Mo Qiansheng's mouth curled up slightly. Sure, I always keep my word. Just as Mo Qiansheng said so, within 100 meters around him, a huge knife array rose up from the ground. At the moment when the knife array rose, Mo Qiansheng's figure flashed and he had already withdrawn from the array. Mo Qiansheng, what is this? You be *starred, Mo Qiansheng, you shameless. Mo Qiansheng, what are you doing? Do you think you can kill the 5 of us alone? Mo Qiansheng said lightly, sorry. Don't blame me. At this moment, his face suddenly changed and he looked astonished. Han Fei had gotten here so soon? The 5 people trapped in the array were attacking frantically, but Mo Qiansheng had turned around and fled at full speed. Qiansheng was betting that this knife array couldn't trap the 5 people for long, so when Han Fei got here, he would have to solve the 5 people first, which could buy him some time. Anyway, for Qiansheng, if Han Fei could really sense him by the seed, he would just drop the box. But this would be his last resort. After all, no matter how good the opportunity was, it was not as important as his life. He trapped these people in this array to buy himself some time. However, he didn't expect Han Fei to arrive so soon, at least 10 minutes faster than he expected. Just as Qiansheng ran out, the faces of those people trapped in the knife array suddenly changed. The Scarface shouted, "Not good. Let's try our best. Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan have come." At this moment, Han Fei's face was beaming with a bright smile. To be honest, he was planning to repeat the old trick just now, to let little Black hold the hexagon starfish in his mouth to set up another 6-gate array. Otherwise, if he just rushed up, they would have all escaped. However, to his astonishment, Qiansheng took the initiative to trap the 5 people who were on the wanted list in this array. What the hell did he want to do? Did he take advantage of these people's trust in him to trap them just to buy himself some time? At that moment, Han Fei appeared without hesitation. A dart shot out like lightning. "Master Hexagon, go." Without even looking at those people, Han Fei threw the spirit forbidden net to Xiao Shaochan and said, "I'm going after Qiansheng." The 5 people were also dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, in addition to the knife array, there was also a 6-gate array. Fighting Luo Xiaobai and the others for so long, they surely knew the hexagon starfish, as well as the 6-gate array, which couldn't be cut open with just 1 or 2 attacks. Besides, where did Han Fei get the spirit forbidden net? At that moment, those people struggled like crazy, using all their secret methods, and it only took them 1 or 2 minutes to blast through the knife array. But when they began to bombard the 6-gate array, they were desperate. And above their heads, Xiao Shaochan had cast the spirit forbidden net down dozens of miles away. Han Fei stood in front of Qiansheng, saying with a smile, "Surprised? How can your speed be so fast?" In an instant, Qiansheng figured it out. And his eyes were fierce. "Does your perception range exceed 2,300 meters? Yes, when Qiansheng found that he couldn't get rid of Han Fei even if he burned his own blood qi, he knew that he had been tricked. He had thought that he could buy himself some time by selling out the 5 people. It turned out to be stupid. From the beginning, Han Fei had already had everything under his control. Han Fei smiled and said, "If you had put the box in your sea swallowing seashell, maybe I wouldn't have had to chase you. But you were just unwilling to give it up. It's a pity that you made the wrong choice." Qiansheng stared at him coldly. "Han Fei, do you really think you are invincible? Do you think it's that simple to kill me?" Han Fei shrugged. "Yes, I do think so, and I'm gonna have a try." Qiansheng had activated his secret method again and the bone knife appeared again. However, Han Fei smiled. "Do you know why I chased you for so long?" Qiansheng didn't answer at all, but held the bone knife in his hand and stared at Han Fei coldly. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. With so much spiritual energy consumed, can you still use the secret method? You know you're risking your life, don't you? At this moment, Han Fei gave up speaking to Qiansheng because he saw Qiansheng's muscles bulging. It seemed that there was a horrifying power erupting from his body. You do know I'm at the top of the wanted list, right? Blood spurted from Mo Qiansheng's body all over, but he was laughing ferociously. At that moment, Mo Qiansheng had broken through into the realm of hanging fisher. And at the moment when Mo Qiansheng used the secret method, a red light suddenly flashed through Han Fei's eyes. In his eyes, the person in front of him was not a person at all, but a man. Fish in human skin. This man-fish was different from those that Han Fei had seen. He was more like a human. Han Fei once thought that mermaids were all females. It turned out that there were also male mermaids in the world. The data in his eyes showed. Name Mo Qiansheng, half-mermaid. Introduction: a half-mermaid born by humans and sea demons has both the bloodlines of humans and sea demons. When choosing the direction of evolution, they choose to be human and own both the talents of sea demons and humans. Level 42. Spiritual Energy 5102/5102 Demonic Heritage Level 6, Low Quality. Realm Human Demon. Companion Spirit Blood Bone Devil Fish. Spiritual Beast Silver-Scaled Fish. Unabsorbable. Two things shocked Han Fei. The first was that Mo Qiansheng at this moment still took a human form. But he, for some reason, saw the real Mo Qiansheng under his human skin. In his eyes, he could clearly see that Mo Qiansheng's face was different from normal people's. His eyes were all white, and in the middle of the whites of his eyes, there were two pea-like black eyeballs. On both sides of his cheeks, there were layers of skin that seemed to evolve from fish gills. And his teeth became extremely sharp and the tip of his nose rose high. What Han Fei really didn't want to admit was that this guy was King handsome. The second was the species, half-mermaid. Man was man and fish was fish. Although people could become fish and fish could become people, they couldn't change back, could they? However, he suddenly found an intermediate product. Not only could this thing possess spiritual beasts like a human, but also own companion spirits like a sea demon. Han Fei was shocked. Is this the benefit of being a half-demon? If so, there must be a lot of half-demons in this world. After all, this benefit was too damn good. This was equivalent to having two spiritual beasts since they were born. When he thought of this, Han Fei froze. Xia Xiaochan also had two spiritual beasts. Both the shadow shrimp and the giant arowana were very rare spiritual beasts. Reminiscing about Xia Xiaochan's strange illness, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. No, it couldn't be. What he guessed couldn't be true. If a sea demon became a human and lived in human society, it would only end up miserably if it got discovered. It was taboo. For an instant, a myriad of thoughts crowded into his mind. Now, all he had to do was to kill this half-man, half-fish guy. Xia Xiaochan had shown Mo Qiansheng her giant arowana. If his guess was correct and this guy discovered Xia Xiaochan's secret, that would be a big deal. Mo Qiansheng's strength was still soaring, but Han Fei could no longer wait. The 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers flew out, forming a sword stream. The speed was so fast that they turned into rays of light, swirling crazily. Fuse. Mo Qiansheng bared his teeth, his face was fierce, and silver scales appeared on his body. Clank, clank, clank. The flow of daggers swept across, like a long dragon flying past, with silver scales constantly being shaken away. Mo Qiansheng was already drenched in blood after this round of attack. However, what surprised Han Fei was that this guy actually managed to resist. it with his body. F***ck. Han Fei was shocked. This guy's spiritual beast was quite strong. He had fought those sword streams in the abyssal chasm, so he knew the power very well. Even he could barely resist the sword flows, but Mo Qiansheng blocked the dagger flow with his body. Fuse again. Mo Qiansheng roared again, and his body began to shake. From his flesh and blood, bones grew out and wrapped him in a blink of an eye. Shoot. Han Fei was speechless. This was too damn powerful. He had already had a layer of scale armor, and now here came a layer of bone? Mo Qianyu sneered grimly. Han Fei, I'd like to see how strong you are. Mo Qiansheng's hands had completely turned into two bone knives. As he moved his hands, a cross-knife light smashed at him. Boom. Han Fei smashed the cross-knife light with a punch, smiling. Do you really think that you are invincible with two shells on you? Let me tell you today that the strongest defense in the world is offense. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and a large mass of candle dragon blood was swallowed into his stomach. Hu. Han Fei stepped heavily on the sandpit under his feet, and his fist shone as if thousands of torpedoes exploded in the sea shook and rippled violently. Bam, bam, bam. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei grinned ferociously. Ignoring the knife marks on his body, he bombarded Mo Qiansheng all the way. In a moment, Mo Qiansheng was blasted back dozens of kilometers. During this time, Han Fei never stopped punching. Outside the seagrass city wall, many people were waiting with the hope to snap up some opportunities. They had heard that Han Fei was back. This news spread around like a tsunami. At this moment, even people on the dragon boat had probably known the news. It was said that Han Fei swept 100-people team alone. And none of the 100 people could even fight back. The people newly coming here did not believe it. They had never heard of anyone who could sweep 100-people team alone. They must be exaggerating. See? When they traveled past, no one along the way dared to stop them. At this moment, the leading man spoke to the others of the team. Remember, our goal is not Han Fei, but the others on the wanted list. Remember, never ever mess around with a few people. The first is Han Fei and his teammates. The second is Mo Qiansheng and his men, and the third is the B***starred who claims to be the Sand King. The sea was shaking, and ripples came along one after another, getting stronger and stronger. Immediately someone shouted, "Some people are fighting." The headed person immediately said, "Let's go. Maybe there will be some opportunities there. Let's go form an attack." As soon as the 100-people team swam out for dozens of kilometers, they saw 5 or 6 people coming towards them. When these people saw the 100-people team, they crushed the flash stones in their hands without saying a word. Immediately after, within a kilometer, they found many people fleeing in horror. One guy was unlucky, who flashed into the 100-people team when he crushed his flash stone. Of course, he was captured immediately. However, the man said, "I surrender. I'll give you my sea-swallowing seashell. Let me go, okay?" The headed person sneered. "Do you think we are such kind people? How do so? Many of us divide your sea-swallowing seashell?" And the man shouted, "If you want treasures, go to the front. You have so many people. It must be no problem for you. Hey, who is in front? You are with us." I'm not going. It's Han Fei. Han Fei? The headman's face immediately changed. Have Han Fei and the other four rushed out again? No, Han Fei rushed out alone and he is fighting against a man wrapped with bones. Huh? One-on-one. The leader of the team paused. Fighting Han Fei one-on-one, the other person should not be weak. So he threw the guy in his hand aside. Guys, we may take advantage of their fight to get some opportunities. Wait for them to fight. When they finish, we'll come up. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he said so, two figures in the distance were flying over at an incredible speed. The person wrapped with bones was being rubbed against the ground by a fist 4 or 5 meters long. This single punch left a trail hundreds of meters long on the ground. However, this was not over yet. Golden fist lights came immediately after and the bone guy could still jump up from the ground, raising two knives to block the fist lights. Boom. Han Fei yelled, yes, your defense power is strong, but so what? I'm gonna grind you into bits of bone today. In the stunned gaze of the members of the 100-people team, the bone guy was pressed to the ground and being rubbed again. Han Fei was like a fried dough twist in the sea, and various strange moves erupted from his body, fists, elbows, knees, and back. The crowd was dazzled by his strange moves. At this moment, Han Fei was holding a bone knife in both hands, and spiritual energy was surging between his hands, making everyone stunned. In the 100-person team, someone said, wow. How much spiritual energy has this guy used? Why do I feel he has used more spiritual energy than all of mine combined? Hey, who is that bone guy? His defense is so strong. Someone shouted angrily, what are you guys doing here? Hurry up and get away. If that fist light touches you, no one will collect your dead body. Boom. A violent explosion occurred between Han Fei and Mo Qianshang. A big hole was blown out of the seabed, and a large piece of bone flew out. In the 100-person team, ignoring the risk, someone immediately rushed up, picked up the bone knife, and stuffed it into his sea-swallowing seashell. However, in the next second, a fist light swept at him. Bam! This soul warrior, who was about to break through to a peak-level dangling fisher, vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, and his mid-quality battlesuit was shattered. Wow. Shoot, go back, go F***king back, stay away from them. Bam. 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 Mo Qianshang had almost lost the strength to fight back. He had never had such a strong opponent. What kind of combat skill was this? No, this was not a combat skill at all. Han Fei just used his fists without using any combat skill, but he just couldn't resist it. Crack. Another bone in his chest was broken. Han Fei grinned and put his hands in. Crack. 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 Han Fei ripped out a big hole in Mo Qianshang's bone armor. Boom. Han Fei's fist passed through the big hole and hit Mo Qianshang's chest. In outsider's eyes, Mo Qianshang's back bulged, as if he had been punched through. The crowd was all dumbfounded. Who is this? Was he still alive? Han Fei smiled ferociously, grabbed one of Mo Qianshang's feet, and swung him around. Bam. 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 Smoke and dust dispersed, and an octopus phantom appeared in the dusty mist, tightly restraining Mo Qianshang. In the mist, cracking sounds were heard ceaselessly. Outside, every time there was a bone-cracking sound, many people's eyelids jumped. Half an hour later, someone walked out of the dusty mist. Han Fei dragged the dead fish like Mo Qiansheng out. At this moment, all his bones had been cracked inch by inch. Although the silver scale armor was very strong, the bones in Mo Qiansheng's body had all been broken. Han Fei glanced at the crowd and asked ferociously, "What are you looking at?" Immediately, someone said in horror, That's Mo Qiansheng. Run. In this 100-person team, everyone's first reaction, including the peak level dangling fishers, was to tremble with fear. Is that guy really a dangling fisher? His damn punch can even shatter one's bones. How is it possible? At this moment, everyone believed that Han Fei did sweep a 100-person team alone, and they firmly believed it. It was needless to ask whether they could beat him or not. The answer was obvious. Wasn't Mo Qiansheng's bone armor strong enough? In the eyes of outsiders, if you could block Han Fei's single punch, you should be thanking God. How long had Mo Qiansheng resisted him? 20 minutes? Half an hour? They didn't know, but they knew that it had been a while. According to the strength of Han Fei, let alone sweeping out a 100-person team, even 200 fishers put together wouldn't be able to stop him. The moment Han Fei walked out of the dust, rays of light kept flickering amongst the crowd as everyone crushed their flash stones. If they didn't leave now, they couldn't imagine what awaited them. Han Fei smiled, curled his lips slightly, and looked down at the dying Mo Qiansheng, asking in surprise, "Are you still alive? Wow, your vitality is really strong." Mo Qiansheng was beaten and mangled beyond recognition. His eyes were swollen like big eggs, but his eyeballs still rolled slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Han Fei smiled and said, "Given that you are on the top of the wanted list, I had planned to trade you for the rewards. But who would have expected that you turned out to be a half-mermaid?" When Han Fei said half-mermaid, Mo Qiansheng struggled to open his eyes. In Han Fei's mind, there appeared a weak voice, "Who are you?" Han Fei squatted down and slowly thrust the blood-drinking knife into Mo Qiansheng's chest. "Me? I am the brightest star in the night sky." Perhaps he was too angry at Han Fei's ridicule, or his vitality had been exhausted. Mo Qiansheng's eyes flickered, and then he breathed his last breath. On Mo Qiansheng, the white bones turned into powder, and the silver scales withered. After Mo Qiansheng died, Han Fei slowly frowned. Half-mermaid? Why has this species appeared in the level 3 fishery? Where does Mo Qiansheng come from? Feeling that someone was coming, Han Fei waved his hand and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers swirled around Mo Qiansheng, cutting his body into bits. Zhang Xuanyu and Xia Shaochan had just come, only to see Han Fei was destroying Mo Qiansheng's body. They couldn't help but be surprised. "Fei, why did you destroy his body?" Han Fei turned around and smiled. "Who knows if he is really dead? I need to make sure that it's perfectly safe." Then Han Fei took a deep look at Xia Shaochan, who felt uneasy under his gaze, and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Those people are already dead. However, we met several other people and had a fight with them, so we're late." Han Fei shrugged, holding a small plain bronze-green box that looked like jade, but was not jade, like iron, but not iron, and said, "I've got the box. Let's go back, and after we find Xiaobai and the others, we'll go out." 1 hour later. As everyone watched, the box was directly integrated into Luo Xiaobai's body. At the moment the box melted into her body, a large amount of seaweed grew under Luo Xiaobai's feet. Within 100 meters, seagrass grew wildly. See. Anemone bushes popped out of the ground, and endless vines burst out of the soil, blooming blue flowers. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Are these Xiaobai's abilities?" Han Fei looked curious and said, "It seems that her ability has improved." Lu Renquang sighed. "I guess Xiaobai can be a very good farmer. Her crops must be growing fast." Everyone. After an hour or so, Luo Xiaobai's strength began to soar. She had just become an advanced dangling fisher. And now, after only a moment, her realm had completely stabilized and was still soaring. After half an hour, Luo Xiaobai had almost become a peak-level dangling fisher. Another hour passed and Luo Xiaobai finally became a peak-level dangling fisher. Xia Xiaochan said enviously, "So fast. I work so hard, but I'm only an advanced dangling fisher." Zhang Xuanyu rubbed his head. "This is too much. She just absorbed a seed. How did she become a peak-level dangling fisher all of a sudden?" However, Luo Xiaobai's strength was still soaring. After another half an hour, the vines around began to dance in the seawater. And blue flowers popped up one after another. And under Luo Xiaobai's body, a huge blue cannibal flower rose from the ground, turning over thousands of vines. On its roots, there seemed to be starlight twinkling. Bam! The blue cannibal flower shook suddenly, and its roots began to thicken. Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. The blue cannibal flower is getting stronger. In Han Fei's eyes, the blue cannibal flower had upgraded all the way from level 31 to level 36. On the surface, Han Fei was still very calm, but in fact, stormy waves were set off in his heart. What the hell is that seed? It helped Luo Xiaobai break the bottleneck and become a peak-level dangling fisher? On top of that, it upgraded the blue cannibal flower so quickly? After a full hour, the blue cannibal flower finally stopped upgrading and reached level 39 in the end. Only one step away, it would reach level 40. Gulp. Luo Xiaobai slowly opened her eyes, a little dumbfounded as if she herself didn't know what happened. Xia Xiaochan hurriedly jumped over. "Xiaobai, you are a peak-level dangling fisher now." Luo Xiaobai came back to her senses. "Am I a peak-level dangling fisher?" Luo Xiaobai raised her hand, and thousands of blue vines instantly pierced the seawater. With just a light sweep, hundreds of blue lights swept across, and all the seaweed within 100 meters was torn apart. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. "Comparisons are odious. Why didn't I encounter this level of opportunity?" Lu Renquang fished out some dried fish from his sea-swallowing seashell and stuffed it into his mouth as if he wanted to eat to ease his surprise. Luo Xiaobai explained with a dazed expression, "The box seems to be a kind of treasure that protects the soul. At this moment, it is printed in my mind. As for the seed, I can't find it." Han Fei suddenly asked, "Is it in your dantian?" Han Fei couldn't help thinking, "I've also got a seed. That seed is still floating in my dantian. Unfortunately, it is different from the seed Luo Xiaobai has that directly made her a peak-level dangling fisher. But my seed seems to be of no use and doesn't even move as if it doesn't exist at all." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No. The news of Mo Qiansheng's death had caused a great uproar in the sea grassland. The scattered members of the 100-person team were spreading the news everywhere. At this moment, everyone knew, after a whole year, the one on the top of the wanted list was finally about to change. And the new one was even more terrifying than Mo Qianshang. Mo Qianshang wouldn't wander around to stir up trouble, but Han Fei. This B***starred had almost visited all dangerous places in the level 3 fishery. And wherever he went, he would cause a huge uproar. At the same time, the news that a lot of the people on the wanted list had died was also spread. Sha Wang, Chen Hong, Zwen, Wu Qian. These people who were usually with Mo Qianshang were confirmed dead by many people in the first place. Secondly, the 5 people who were tied up by Xia Xiaochan were actually tricked to death by Mo Qianshang. Later, when Xia Xiaochan and Zhang Xuanyu were fighting with others, someone fled and told the story to others. Then it was known that 6 strong masters on the wanted list, including the 22nd, the 32nd, the 37th, had all died. Within half a day, as many as 12 people on the wanted list were killed. This news scared many people. Were they ordinary people? No. Those were all the top powerhouses on the wanted list. Each of them was a very talented strong master, but because of Han Fei, 12 of them died all at once. Wasn't this news scary? Many people who had been waiting outside the sea grassland had evacuated. On the way of evacuation, battles happened frequently. Many people did not come to hunt Luo Xiaobai and Mo Qianshang at all, but to take the opportunity to hunt ordinary explorers. At this moment, so many people were running away. Those people would certainly not let this opportunity pass and directly turned the outer jungles of the sea grassland into a slaughterhouse. Outside the sea grassland, on the sea, the breeze was gentle and the sun was shining on the sea, casting glittering golden light. As many as 30 fishing boats gathered here. Among them, there were 3 ghost speed divine boats. At the bow of a ship, Li Hai and Li Baizhou were standing with a genteel boy. On the other boats stood the people from the 7 major sects. Among them, there were Gong Yuehan from the Jade Fairy Palace, Yu Xian from the Sea Cloud Tower, and Feng Yifei from the Origin Returning Peak. On the fishing boat of the Grand Void Academy, Ji Wenxuan and Tian Yishan stood behind a young man holding a sword. Ji Wenxuan said, "Brother Chu Sun, I think we'd better not make a move first." Humph. Han Fei made a lot of trouble and did evil in the name of our Grand Void Academy. Do you want me to just forget that? There were also discussions on other fishing boats. Someone said, "Are you sure it's this place? Perhaps they will run out from a different place." Someone shook his head. No, they didn't dodge or hide along the way, they were heading in this direction. Someone clenched his fists. They're too arrogant. This time, we must not let that be*** start Han Fei off.